Let's call it what it is. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield my time back to the chair.
4 seconds.
4 seconds. 3, 2. All right. Time's expired.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter information for the record.
What's the information?
Oh, my God.
State the information.
Thank you.
I reserve the right to object. The minority has not provided a copy of the material for the record. In the past, she's displayed pornography. Is pornography allowed to be, or pornographic photos allowed to be displayed in this committee room, Mr. Chairman?
It's not pornography.
Okay, well, you're the expert.
I'm not an expert, Mr. Raskin.
Seems like it.
Mr. Chairman, I object to the unanimous consent
Mr. Chairman,
request.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold
All
on.
you need is one objection.
We need decorum. I'm gonna let the lady state, and then if you object still, we'll go from there.
Mr. Chairman, don't we have the opportunity to review the material before
I reclaim my
provided?
time. I reclaim my time. Mr. Chair, I reclaim my time. I'd like to enter for the record an excerpt from a bank statement.
Hold on, there's a
bank
objection,
statement that's
Mr. Chairman.
public in regards
object?
to Hunter Biden
Mr. Mifune
and
has
his
already
bank
objected.
accounts, in his payments.
Mr. Chairman, I object
Okay.
to the styrofoam board. It's not a document.
Reclaiming order. We'll,
Clearly, Democrats today don't want the truth to come out.
Mr. Chairman,
But
this just means that
I would
any
like to
member will
enter
be able
for
to
the
add to
record-
their 5 minutes by putting on a display of
Mr.
placards.
Chairman, I'd like to enter for the record
I think all
Mr. Chairman, I
members-
from
I
a
object.
bank report that shows
Can we get
proof
some order
of
here?
Hunter
Mr.
Biden's
Chairman,
bank accounts
where are we in
and
the
human
all right,
trafficking.
okay. Let's hold off on this. There's several objections. We're gonna talk staffs between each other, and then we'll go from there. But I understand, I think what you're saying is from the laptop.
Someone on this committee accused me of revenge porn, and I have a right to respond to that, and I'd like to introduce
We're within the rules of the
evidence
committee,
don't.
everyone.
for the
Mr. Chairman,
record. This is important evidence for the record, and it pertains to our investigation into Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. And this comes
So
from
do it behind closed doors like you do
Mr.
it.
Object.
It doesn't appear to be bad, but you ought to.
but Mr. Chairman, she's got
is the
9
relevance
placards there. Does she get an additional 5
But
minutes or 10 minutes?
I don't understand how any of you who support the
Well, what's
genital
the order?
mutilation
Okay.
of children and drag queens showing their body parts
reclaim
at parades
order here.
are
We'll
offended.
suspend and let the staff discuss the evidence from the laptop being entered into the record. Chair now recognizes Mr. Fallon from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so
Okay, hold on. We suspend, so we need to stop for a moment. Okay, hold on. We'll get this. Y'all gonna discuss? You wanna go?
Yeah, you see, you just submit it and you put it in. You don't get a speech.
Right.
You don't get a speech to UC. No. Yeah, she's trying to give herself more. You get the request, you say what it is, and you put it in.
So we're going to move on. We're going to call on Fallon now. Okay. All right. Reconvene. Chair now recognizes Mr. Fallon from Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, you have to acknowledge that there's a concentrated effort to deflect and distract, and this is not about January 6th, and unfortunately for the Democrats, it's not about Donald Trump. This is about Biden family corruption, plain and simple. And what really gets me is from just an individual and from an American.
Now, recognize Ranking Member Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We believe that everyone subpoenaed by Congress, whether it's Hunter Biden or Jim Jordan or Andy Biggs or Steve Bannon or Scott Perry, should engage in good faith compliance with the committee's requests and the committee's subpoenas. We are here today because the chairman has bizarrely decided to obstruct his own investigation and is now seeking to hold Hunter Biden in contempt after he accepted the chairman's multiple public offers to come answer the committee's questions under oath before the American people. This is at the same time that they stand by the categorical non-compliance of Republican members of Congress, like Mr. Jordan, who have material information about the violent attack.
One moment. The cameras cannot be in the well. Cameras cannot be in the well. Cameras cannot be in the well. Yeah. All right, proceed, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you. But I was just making the point that our colleagues who are arraigning Mr. Biden today on charges that he has not rendered 100% compliance, allegedly with a subpoena, are standing by Republican colleagues who've rendered 0% compliance with their subpoenas, including Mr. Jordan, Mr. Biggs, and Mr. Perry, when they have material information about the violent attack on the Capitol, the Congress, and the Vice President of the United States on January 6, 2021. In any event, for the last 11 months, the chairman has repeatedly refused offers from Hunter Biden and his attorney to meet with the chairman and his staff and with members of this committee. On February 9th, just one day after the chairman's first letter to Hunter Biden, Mr. Biden's lawyer responded and offered Chairman Comer to, quote, sit with you and your staff, including the ranking member and his staff, to see whether Mr. Biden has information that may inform some legitimate legislative purpose and be helpful to the committee. The chairman never responded. On September 13th, Mr. Biden's lawyer again wrote to Chairman Comer after a Newsmax interview in which the chairman falsely claimed that he never got a response back to his original letter. Mr. Biden's attorney explained the chairman actually never responded to his offer to sit down and discuss the committee's request, but stated that he remained available to have the discussion, but the chairman again completely failed to respond. 2 months later, on November 8th, Chairman Comer and Jordan issued subpoenas to Mr. Biden requiring his appearance for a deposition on December 13th. In the cover letter, the chairman noted, given your client's willingness to address this investigation publicly up to this point, we would expect him to testify before Congress. Throughout the fall, the chairman urged Mr. Biden to come appear at a public committee hearing. On September 13th, on Newsmax, the chairman stated, Hunter Biden is more than welcome to come in front of the committee. If he wants to clear his good name, if he wants to come and say, you know, there weren't 20 show companies, he's invited today. We'll drop everything. On October 31, on a nationwide podcast, the chairman stated, we have mountains of evidence. Now we're ready to bring them in. We're in the downhill phase now because we have so many documents and we can bring these people in for depositions or committee hearings, whichever they choose. For depositions or committee hearings, whichever they choose, and we can ask these questions with evidence. On November 6th, again on Newsmax, Our good chairman stated, I will extend that invitation on your show right now, Rob, if the Biden family wants to join Tony Bobulinski in an official oversight committee hearing and answer questions that the American people have, then that invitation's open right now. They can come on in and do that. On November 28th, Hunter Biden, through his lawyer, agreed to Chairman Comer's multiple public requests. He agreed to appear precisely at a public hearing under oath to answer the committee's questions on December 13th. Exactly what our good colleagues, the Republicans who had information about January 6th, never agreed to do. They never agreed to testify anywhere under oath about what they knew. The letter that came in from Mr. Biden embraced the importance of having a public proceeding that, quote, would prevent selective leaks, manipulated transcripts, doctored exhibits, or one-sided press statements, especially in light of the committee's past use of closed-door sessions to manipulate, even distort the facts,
Mr. Chairman,
misinform the
Mr. Chairman,
public.
I have an inquiry.
State your point.
Mr. Chairman, don't we have House rules and committee rules regarding subpoenas and then rules about having hearings and having questions with witnesses that must be followed?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reclaim my
Could you
time.
state the rules, Mr. Chairman?
Hold on.
We could just interrupt each
Mr.
other with an
Askew,
inquiry.
Your time was expired.
I'd like to know the rules of the House and our committee.
Read them.
They're available to every member.
The rules state for a deposition, if that's what you're asking, 3 days notice. You have to have the stenographer.
Excuse me, Hunter. Apparently you're afraid of my words.
Whoa! Oh.
I'd like to reclaim my time, Mr. Chairman.
Burst their bubble. Wow, that's too bad.
I think it's clear and obvious for everyone watching this hearing today that Hunter Biden is terrified of strong conservative Republican women because he can't even face my words as I was about to speak to him. What a coward. And this is also a coward that sat right here in front of Mickey Babbitt, Ashley Babbitt's mother, who was murdered on January 6th by Michael Byrd, the Capitol police officer. And you want to talk about a committee, a political sham? I'll totally disagree with you, Ms. Mace. That January 6th committee was not bipartisan. It was a complete setup to go after President Trump, go after Republicans, go after anyone that believes in free and fair elections, people that believe the Department of Justice should be fair and balanced, not a political weaponized department of the federal government that is targeting President Trump, his supporters, people that walked in the Capitol on January 6th, and now people that stood outside the Capitol. There's been no justice for Ashley Babbitt's family. Michael Byrd has never been charged with anything. He was let off, and he was given a promotion and allowed to walk free. And Hunter Biden just walked out. That is an example of not following the law. Hunter Biden thinks he's above the law. Don Jr., Eric Trump, Ivanka, Trump family members had to come in to Democrat subpoenas and be questioned by Democrats for over 8 hours, each of them. Hunter Biden runs away. Hunter Biden did not come when we subpoenaed him. He did not follow the law. And then one of our colleagues helped him evade his subpoena by going and reserving a press conference for him on his behalf, helped him evade the subpoena, helped Hunter Biden break the law. Let's talk about his own father's words. President Joe Biden said in October 2021 that individuals who defy subpoenas from the January 6th House Select Committee should be prosecuted. And the Justice Department indicted Steve Bannon for doing so in November 2021. Hunter Biden's father, the President of the United States, said that he should be prosecuted. Anyone that defies a subpoena should be prosecuted. Hunter Biden didn't show up for his subpoena. Hunter Biden showed up today to make a clown show of himself to show that he is nothing but someone that will not obey the law, that wants to show up when he wants to, and sits here with a smug look on his face and runs away when it's my turn to talk. Not only is he a criminal, but he is a coward. Nothing but a coward. Let's talk about voting for things. We have members on this committee that are on record on their own Twitter accounts talking about people blowing off subpoenas on the January 6th committee that states the rule of law is stirring all over America. That's Representative Jamie Raskin. Right here, I'll enter this for the record. Representative Jamie Raskin. Steve Bannon has been convicted of acting in contempt of Congress. My argument with Rep. Gates is now settled. If subpoenaed, you show up and assert any privilege you think applies to specific questions, but you can't blow off the proceeding. He blew it off. Walking in today is too late. We have to hold Hunter Biden in contempt of Congress because he's not above the law, and neither is the President of the United States. And this committee has produced more evidence that any Democrat ever dreamed of having against President Trump and his family, while they constantly make up lies and attacks about the Trump family and President Trump. They make them up all day long. It's nothing but a political witch hunt. This committee has produced the evidence that Joe Biden has taken payments through his son, Hunter Biden, and all their dozens of fake LLCs. You can't buy a Biden product. You can't hire a Biden for a service unless you're a foreign country and you're asking and paying for political favors and political payouts. And that is exactly what the Biden brand is all about. We will hold Hunter Biden in contempt. And if the Democrats are not the hypocrites that they constantly display that they are, then they will vote for contempt of Congress because they voted for it on every other subpoena that didn't go through. And here's the last thing. You guys had your chance. If you wanted to hold people in contempt of Congress, you could have done it last Congress, but you didn't.
Mr. LaTurner is not recorded. Mr. LaTurner votes no.
Will the clerk please report the tally? How is Ms. Norton recorded?
Ms. Norton is not recorded.
Ms. Norton vote yes, I assume? Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Norton votes yes. How is Mr. Burchett recorded?
Ms. Norton votes yes.
Make sure that
Mr. Burchett is not recorded. Mr. Burchett votes no.
And how is Ms. Luna recorded?
Ms. Luna is not recorded. Ms. Luna votes no.
And how is Mr. Moskowitz recorded?
Mr. Moskowitz is not recorded.
I'm trying.
Mr. Moskowitz votes yes.
Okay. Will the clerk please report the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 10, the nays are 19.
Okay, motion fails. Now, the question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Goldman. Does anyone else seek recognition?
Will you go and yield?
Chairman.
The chair recognizes Ms. Greene.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to talk about the importance of Hunter Biden obeying his subpoena and some of the evidence that we had questions about today when we had arranged with Hunter Biden and his attorneys for him to come in. Then he evaded his subpoena, and there's serious evidence that needs to be discussed. That has to do with many of the bank reports that we had read in the Treasury, outlining very serious crimes that Hunter Biden had committed or has allegedly committed. And then we have evidence of that. Crimes of Mann Act violation, human trafficking, these were in the bank reports, and the American people deserve to know about it. Here's another excerpt from a bank report
Mr. Chairman, what is,
talking about
Point of
a
order,
victim
point of
in
order.
California. I reclaim my
Hold on
time.
one moment, Ms. Greene. State your point, Mr. Goldman.
what is the gentle lady just showing to the cameras?
This is her 5 minutes on your amendment.
Well, if it's the suspicious activity reports, there was an agreement with the Treasury Department that the committee would not disclose the information.
It's my understanding what she's showing has already been disclosed in the public long before we started this investigation.
So this is in the public domain?
Yeah.
Is that your representation?
Is that a verbal representation? It's in the public domain?
This is in the public domain. I reclaim my time. Victim 1 is a California resident currently employed with FSS Management between June 2018 October 2021. Victim 1, Hunter Biden's victim, was employed by Owasco PC as evidenced by her receipt of bi-weekly payroll remittances from Owasco PC. However, during this same period of time, victim 1 also received large round dollar wires from Owasco PC, which reference new hire, K-wage, 10K golf member, and pay. Victim 1 received 5 wires totaling $44,508 in a 4-month period between June 12, 2018 and October 2nd, 2018. These are reports that are calling so-called employees of Hunter Biden and his law firm victims. And here's evidence of Hunter Biden violating the Mann Act. This is trafficking women across state lines for prostitution. This is an airplane ticket showing that it was purchased by Hunter Biden for this victim, where she flew from Los Angeles to Washington, D.C., and then the next day flew back to Los Angeles. The date is she flew in from Los Angeles on June 14th, 2018, and was flown back to Los Angeles the following day. And this is pictures that Hunter Biden had produced and uploaded to porn websites, and it's marked out.
Mr. Chairman, point of parliamentary inquiry.
Showing
Point of
proof
parliamentary inquiry, Mr.
proof
Chairman.
of Mann Act violations. Democrats should not be offended by pictures
Mr.
that
Chairman,
black out.
Have I been
things.
recognized?
They should be
Objection. I have
offended
a
by
point of
actual
parliamentary
human
inquiry.
trafficking.
Mr.
All
Chairman.
right, state your point.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. On July 26, I sent you a letter about the last time this happened, when the gentlelady introduced before this committee, without any notice to anyone, nude photos, pornographic images that were completely irrelevant to the purpose of the hearing itself. And my question to you is, are members allowed to simply put up sensationalistic, voyeuristic, pornographic images if they're not relevant to the actual object of the legislative proceeding? I want a parliamentary ruling on that.
Mr. Raskin, that's probably part of the questioning for Mr. Biden, violations of the Mann Act. Ms. Greene's led on that issue.
No, this is a
These
question
are
of the rules of the committee.
These pictures have already been entered into the record.
So in other words, you have accepted the idea that members can introduce irrelevant, sexually based, voyeuristic.
How is this irrelevant?
Well,
How does it relate to Joe Biden?
How does it relate to?
We're not doing a criminal investigation of Hunter
No,
Biden.
we've
Point
had
of order,
several
Mr. Chairman.
people
Point of
that
order.
have testified in the FBI, DOJ, IRS, that they were told to stand down investigating various crimes of the Biden family.
Okay.
Did Joe Biden tell them to stand down? Who told the IRS, the FBI, and everyone else to stand down? This is what we're investigating.
None of
Reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman.
I believe it's my time.
No,
I'm reclaiming
no,
my time.
I
object to the use of this exhibit, Mr. Chairman. This is not a criminal investigation of the Mann Act or prostitution or anything else. It's completely irrelevant to a subpoena, the validity of that subpoena, and whether or not there's been compliance with that subpoena. It's totally extraneous, immaterial, and irrelevant. And someone should explain that to Ms. Greene if she doesn't understand.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
And let the chair rule. You had a point of order. The chair's rule.
I
This
object
is
to the use
evidence.
of this-
You objected. We got that. Evidence that Hunter is a material witness in this investigation.
Well, does
Now-
that mean you can put up pornographic pictures of other people that Hunter Biden has met in his life? I mean, come on. Like, how far does that go? It's not relevant to your motion.
Well, you can ask him that in the
It's
deposition.
not relevant. No, honestly, Mr. Chairman, it's not relevant to your motion of whether or not he violated that subpoena. How do those naked pictures have anything to
Mr.
do with
Chairman,
it?
point of order.
This is not the Jerry Springer show.
point.
This is the United States House of Representatives.
And let me
Come
say
on.
this.
Talked
Let me
about a
say
bunch of
this.
things
It's
today
not
that weren't
pornography. It's appropriately censored evidence in an ongoing investigation.
Yes.
Okay? It's appropriately censored evidence in an ongoing investigation.
Censored-
Mr.
All right, I
Biggs
just want to
raised
say,
a point.
pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 17, I object to the use of this exhibit as irrelevant, extraneous, sensationalistic, voyeuristic, and totally antithetical to the legislative purposes of this committee and this House. This is not the Jerry Springer show. Yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Biggs for a point of order. Your clock stopped, Ms. Greene.
Yeah, my point of order is to
And I appeal the ruling of the chair. If that was a ruling, Mr. Chairman, did you rule on it? Because I appeal your ruling. if you're-
so I was recognized for my point of order,
ahead.
and I get it. He wants to have an appeal. So, but
Chair
I'm trying to keep this in order as much as we can. Mr. Chairman, my question is to you: is now the objection based on relevance going to be encountered here and constrain what can be presented in this committee? And the reason I ask that is because there is virtually nothing. A comment I made in the press about it was totally tangential to this that they just tried to get in. All of that becomes irrelevant. If that's the case, then the entire Democrat testimony that we've heard today should be stricken as being irrelevant.
No, I think you're...
Irrelevant and pornographic.
We're going to have a ruling, So, Ms. Greene is attempting to enter this into the record, unanimous consent. Mr. Raskins has objected. And we're going to vote on it, just like we voted on the last amendment.
Clearly. They defend all women, don't they? Except women
Yeah,
that Hunter Biden
the ruling is the point of order will not be recognized, and Ms. Greene is in order. If you want to object.
Well, yeah, I object. And Mr. Chairman, you have the authority to bring to the full House under Rule 17 whether or not pornographic material should be entered
And
without
again,
a clear
it's
showing
not
of relevance. And I would ask you to
Mr.
bring that
Chairman.
to the floor of the House. Let the members of the House decide whether that's the new standard, whether the
Mr.
Congresswoman
Chairman,
Marjorie
may I
Taylor
have
Greene's
my-
standard is going to be
may
the
I
standard for
reclaim
the
my
whole
time?
House.
The quorum is within discretion of the chair. We've overruled your objection.
Okay. And I appeal that.
You appeal the ruling of the chair.
Yes, I do. I would like
So
to
we're
vote.
going to vote on that.
We're going to vote on the pornography.
May I finish?
Hold on. All right, Mr. Gosar, you're recognized.
I move to table the motion.
Okay. Motion to table the motion that of Mr. Raskins. This motion is not debatable. As many as are in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the yeas and the motion, the yeas have it, and the motion to table is agreed to. The committee will now resume.
Mr. Chairman, I would move for a recorded vote. I mean, if that were a book, she would censor it, but she wants to advertise it through the House of Representatives.
Is ordered. A recorded vote is ordered.
If we're going courtroom speaking, objections don't work, Chief.
The clerk will call the roll. You'll call the roll. If you vote yes, you table the motion. So, clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Turner. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Gosar votes yes. Ms. Fox. Ms. Fox votes yes. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes yes. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud votes yes. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Higgins. Mr. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Ms. Mace. Mr. LaTurner. Mr. LaTurner votes aye. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes yes. Mr. Perry. Mr. Perry votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Burchett.
Aye.
Mr. Burchett votes aye. Ms. Greene.
Aye.
Ms. Greene votes aye. Ms. McLean.
Aye.
Ms. McLean votes aye. Ms. Boebert. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Ms. Luna. Ms. Luna votes aye. Mr. Langworthy. Mr. Burleson. Mr. Burleson votes aye. Mr. Waltz. Mr. Waltz votes aye. Mr. Raskin.
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Ms. Norton.
No.
Ms. Norton votes no. Mr. Lynch. No. Mr. Lynch votes no. Mr. Connolly. No. Mr. Connolly votes no. Mr. Krishnamurthy. Mr. Khanna. No. Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Mfume. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez. Ms. Porter. No. Ms. Porter votes no. Ms. Bush. Ms. Bush votes no. Mr. Gomez. Ms. Brown. Ms. Stansbury. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes no. Mr. Frost. Mr. Frost votes no. Mr. Kassar. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Kassar votes no. Ms. Crockett.
No.
Ms. Crockett votes no. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes nay. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz votes no. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes no. Mr. Chairman.
Chairman votes yes.
Mr. Chairman votes yes.
Will the clerk please report the tally? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the nays are 15, the ayes are 21.
The yeas have it, and the motion to table is agreed to. The committee will now resume consideration of the Goldman Amendment. Ms. Greene has 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, this information is extremely important because Hunter Biden refused to obey his subpoena, and we are holding him in contempt of Congress for doing so. This is important evidence of human trafficking, Mann Act violations that we had questions for the president's son about. And there's evidence. I'd like to show the evidence of payments. These are payments made from Hunter Biden and his law firm to so-called assistants. These were not assistants. These are prostitutes that he was trafficking. And I think these victims are important. And just because our Democrat colleagues don't like the evidence doesn't mean that it's not relevant. And I'm especially offended by the women on this committee that don't care about these women's rights. They're victims of Hunter Biden. Here's another excerpt from bank reports talking about victims. These are banks. And these banks are identifying these women as victims. Victim 2, talking about victim 2, victim 1, each appear to be in the adult entertainment industry and are receiving payments from Hunter and Owasco PC. It is unclear what relationship Hunter or Owasco PC have with these individuals. And based on public media, it appears possible the payments may be associated to prostitution or adult entertainment services. Victim 2 is a New York resident and employed as freelance. Per internet research, she is a social media influencer and adult entertainer. She received 6 quick pays for $6,250 from Hunter between 3/29/2018 and 11/20/2018. This is clear evidence, Mr. Chairman. These are important questions we have for the president's son pertaining to Mann Act violations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I serve on the Homeland Security Committee, and we have been working very hard on an investigation into Secretary Mayorkas and his failures and willfulness to break our United States federal laws in regards to the border. Just a few months ago, 2 of my own constituents, Jose and Isabel Lerma, were killed in a human smuggling pursuit. A 17-year-old illegal alien, likely working for the cartels, drove illegal aliens across the border, hit them head on. This lovely American couple from my district was killed on their way to visit family. We have Americans dying every single day, and all I hear from Democrats every time we talk about the border is they're worried about migrant rights. They claim they're concerned about children and women, and then they claim, in spite of all the evidence, in spite of the fact that over 10 million illegal aliens have crossed our border, in spite of the fact 1.9 million people, illegal aliens, are in our country, gotaways. We don't know who they are. We don't know where they are. We don't know what they're doing. And in spite of the fact that over 300 Americans are dying every single day from fentanyl overdose, the numbers don't lie, but the Democrats do. Now, this is interesting to me. Sitting in here earlier, I was listening to the discussion on jobs, and that the whole reason claimed by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle is that they want to bring in as many illegal aliens as possible, give them amnesty so they can fill jobs in America. And then they talked about that we have a population growth problem in the United States. They were talking about the real issue of it being the lowest population growth and why this is a problem. Well, I think we can all say that if maybe, perhaps, 63 million people weren't murdered in the womb, we wouldn't have a population growth problem, would we? That's not women's reproductive rights. That's called abortion. It's called murder. And that's led to, yeah, a population growth in America. But Democrats claim that we've got to replace Americans with illegal aliens to fill jobs. That's their solution. That's their solution. And take away jobs from Americans. That's their solution. The Biden administration is guilty of the largest human trafficking operation in history. This is human trafficking. I just traveled in airports across the country just the past few days. You know what I saw in our airports? Migrants, illegal aliens, all over in the airports. You know who's paying for them to travel? United States taxpayers paying for them to travel. We're so sick of this. Everybody's sick of it. Oh, but children in cages, is that what we want to talk about? Crying over children in cages. But yet the Biden administration has lost, Mr. Homan, how many children have they lost?
Nearly 100,000.
Nearly 100,000. But they have accused you and former President Trump and the previous administration of all kinds of horrific things. How do you feel about that?
It's ridiculous. Look, I testified earlier, illegal immigration was down 83% towards the end of the Trump administration because of all the policies we put in place. When 83% less people come in, how many women aren't being raped? How many children aren't dying on the border? How many Americans aren't dying from fentanyl overdose because the border was on the line seizing more fentanyl? How many women weren't sex trafficked? How many billions of dollars did cartels not make? President Trump's policies saved lives, saved lives. The wall saved lives. Why? Because the most vulnerable, the families and the females and children, they can't climb the wall. They're going to go to a place where there's not a wall. And what's going to be there? Border Patrol agents to deal with the humanitarian and health issues they're going to come across. Our policies save lives. Record number of Americans have died under this administration from fentanyl. A record amount of migrants have died on the southwest border, illegal aliens. 1,700. Read about that? These policies aren't humane. They're killing Americans, killing migrants at record levels.
That's right, killing people every single day while forcing the American taxpayer to pay for the human trafficking. That's exactly what the Biden administration is doing. Looking forward to the next administration where we're going to have the largest deportation system that's ever been witnessed in human history, because the American people deserve to have a safe country, safe borders, and I'll finish up with this. We will be impeaching Secretary Mayorkas because he has broken the laws, and these are the laws that Joe Biden himself put in place. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you much. You have Mr. Goldman.
Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Greene, your record.
Thank you. Of the 20 pages in the articles of impeachment, 6 pages of text are solely dedicated to laws Secretary Mayorkas has violated, and 4 pages of text are dedicated to examples of Secretary Mayorkas's lies to Congress and to the American people. Additionally, the article cites 3 different court cases that support certain charges in a Supreme Court case that discusses impeachment as a remedy. It's very clear, very clear. By willfully and systematically refusing to comply with the rule of law, Secretary Mayorkas is making this country less safe, and the facts don't lie. And we've gone over them over and over on this committee. And we've had witness after witness come in and testify to how the country is less safe and how many people have died. But we can review these numbers so that we can all be clear once again. Let's talk about that. Again, CBP alien encounters at the southwest border from February 2021 to December 2023, 7,078,271. February 2017 to January 2021, 2,437,856. Let's talk about Border Patrol apprehensions between ports of entry at the southwest border of terrorists. Fiscal year 2021 to fiscal year 2024 to date, 331. Fiscal year 2017 to fiscal year 2020, 11. Secretary Mayorkas is making this country less safe. We have over 1.8 million gotaways in this country under Secretary Mayorkas. That is a massive increase under President Trump. Massive increase. There have been approximately 73,000 special interest aliens arrested at our border, which are aliens from a nation that promotes terrorist activities, harbors terrorists, or poses a security threat to the United States. Again, we have over 1.8 million gotaways in this country. Let's talk about the cartels.
Would the gentlelady?
No. The cartels with Secretary Mayorkas are making over $13 billion a year in human trafficking while my Democrats are laughing. Is that funny to you? Human trafficking is not funny.
May I answer that question?
No. This revenue is 26 times more than the cartels earned under President Trump. They were only earning about $500 million. With Secretary Mayorkas in charge, they're making over $13 billion selling people, selling children, selling women, trafficking people across the border. The cartels control approximately 40% of Mexico. 11-year-old Aiden Clark was killed after an illegal alien who was released into the U.S. after invading our southern border crashed into a school bus, causing Aiden to be ejected from the bus. 21-year-old Tyler Basin was killed in a deadly car accident last year by an illegal who had no driver's license and fled the scene after he had killed Tyler. A mother and daughter were killed in a car accident in Texas after human smugglers smuggling 6 illegals ran a stop sign while fleeing from police in 2021. We can go on and on. See, you have a quandary. You all are arguing that this is policy. If this is policy, the outcome and the horrific statistics I have quoted, if that is your policies, if that is Biden administration policies, if these are Democrat policies, then these are the policies you have to own. You have to own them, and then you have to tell the American people, these are the policies and this is the results that you bring to America. Or you can admit that Secretary Mayorkas has broken federal law and he is the one to blame for all of this horror, crime, death, murder, and over 1.8 million gotaways in our country. Democrats get to choose. And you're also in an election year. So are you going to be telling your constituents and your voters that these are the policies and these are the results that you're running for re-election on?
Time has expired.
I hope not. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I now recognize Mr. Magaziner for 5 minutes of discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know what I ever did to Chairman McCall that would cause him to accuse me of being a lawyer, but I am not. But we have heard from some very smart lawyers in the course of our hearings and in our collection of evidence.
Ms. Greene for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congress has the responsibility to hold the executive branch accountable when they fail to uphold their oath of office, abuse their authority, and or are dishonest with the American people. This is essential in a constitutional republic built on and separation of powers. In its 2023 ruling in United States versus Texas, the Supreme Court left the House of Representatives with little choice but to pursue impeachment articles against Secretary Mayorkas. The 5-4 majority did not address the Secretary's policies and mandates on the merits, but simply ruled the states did not have the standing to challenge them. Instead, the justices wrote that Congress has political tools available to push back on these policies. The only one that makes sense in the current political environment is impeachment. Remember, Democrats have completely rejected H.R. 2, our strongest security bill for our border. Secretary Mayorkas' actions and decisions clearly meet the standard necessary for initiating impeachment proceedings. This historical evidence is overwhelming that the Founding Fathers intended impeachment to be used to deal with the commission of indictable crimes and the abuse of power, corruption, and injury to the nation caused by public officials, among others. At the Constitutional Convention, the framers purposely devised the impeachment power to include any offenses against the nation's security committed by high officials. Stephen Bradbury, former principal deputy and acting assistant attorney general for the Office of Legal Counsel at the Department of Justice, there is a settled understanding beyond dispute that impeachable offenses include both prosecutable crimes and all manner of gross misconduct in office that does serious harm to the U.S. political system or the U.S. constitutional order. The actions, policies, and statements of Secretary Mayorkas easily meet that standard, and the American people completely agree, especially the witnesses that we've had before this committee, these parents who have had children murdered by fentanyl, murdered by illegal aliens, such as MS-13 crime gang members, and so much more. And I would tell you right now, the family of my two constituents that were killed in a horrific car accident by a 17-year-old cartel member smuggling illegal aliens into Texas would definitely agree with that. Secretary Mayorkas must be impeached for his failure to uphold his oath of office and for willfully breaking federal immigration laws. Mr. Chairman, I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields.
Georgia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A.1 of Rule 9, I seek recognition to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows.
Recognized.
Censuring Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota. Whereas elected members of Congress take an oath to bear true faith and allegiance to the United States without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. Whereas Representative Ilhan Omar took an oath of allegiance to the United States upon becoming a citizen, declaring, "I absolutely and entirely renounce and abjure all allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, potentate, state, or sovereignty, of whom or which I have heretofore been a subject or citizen." Whereas on January 27, 2024, Representative Omar gave remarks at an event in Minneapolis in which she made treasonous statements. Whereas Representative Omar said she has spoken to many Somalians who asked her to intercede for the Somali government by pressuring the United States government into certain actions. Whereas Representative Omar assured the Somalians she spoke to, the U.S. government will only do what Somalians in the U.S. tell them to do. They will do what we want and nothing else. They must follow our orders, and that is how we will safeguard the interest of Somalia. Whereas Representative Omar continued, "For as long as I am in U.S. Congress, Somalia will never be in danger. Its waters will not be stolen by Ethiopia or others. Sleep in comfort knowing I am here to protect the interest of Somalia from inside the U.S. system." Whereas George Washington warned in his farewell address of 1796 to guard against the impostures of pretended patriotism, and further declared citizens by birth or choice of a common country, that country has a right to concentrate your affections. The name of American, which belongs to you in your national capacity, must always exalt the just pride of patriotism more than any appellation derived from local discriminations. Whereas these statements by Representative Omar clearly violate the oath she took as an elected member of Congress to defend and protect the United States Constitution. Whereas Representative Omar has exhibited the treasonous tendencies George Washington warned about, and her actions must be condemned by all members of Congress who adhere to the oath they took upon assuming office. And whereas by openly admitting her efforts to advance Somalia's interest using her position as a United States representative, Representative Omar has revealed herself to be a foreign agent acting on behalf of a foreign government. Now, therefore be it resolved that Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota be censured. Representative Ilhan Omar forthwith present herself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure. Representative Ilhan Omar be censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker, and Representative Ilhan Omar be and is hereby removed from the Committee of the Budget and the Committee on Education and the Workforce. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to express in the strongest words possible that I support the police, and we should be supporting the police here in our nation's capital because it's our nation's capital that has one of the highest murder rates in our country, one of the worst crime records in our nation's history, and is an absolute embarrassment to our country. I'd also like to remind everyone that one of our own colleagues was carjacked months ago here in Washington, D.C. We also just had a former Trump admin official die because he was shot here in our nation's capital. And many Hill staffers themselves have been attacked just walking the city streets. This is an ongoing crime epidemic here in our nation's capital, and it's appalling. We should be supporting police officers, not attacking Americans' gun rights, while all of us walk around under the protection of good guys with guns. Capitol Police carry those AR-15s and guard all of us, but yet Democrats would love to take away the gun rights of American citizens and blame guns that never get up by themselves and shoot people. Murder is already a crime. People kill people. They don't just kill them with guns. They kill them with knives. They kill them with fists. They kill them with objects. They strangle them. But yet I just listened to one of my colleagues say that we need to disarm Americans in order to somehow stop crime in Washington, D.C. We should
Will the gentlelady yield?
No, I will not. We should be protecting and supporting police officers. I also heard President Trump come under attack once again because Democrats have nothing else to say to defend their own policies but attack President Trump. I'd like to remind everyone that it was Antifa, BLM, by the way, supported by Democrats. BLM as an organization raised millions and millions of dollars on Act Blue, the Democrat fundraising site. And then BLM riots across America that were endorsed heavily by Democrats and apologized and said mostly peaceful protest by media who are totally defending Democrats constantly. These riots caused $2 billion in damage across America. I'd also like to remind everyone that in 2017, when President Trump was inaugurated, that rioters nearly burned down Washington, D.C. That's right, nearly burned down the city here. But oh, we've got to attack President Trump every single day. You know, it was also Democrats that said things like, I don't know why there aren't uprisings everywhere. That was our former Speaker of the House. Our current Vice President, before the election of 2020, said, we will not stop. We won't stop. Talking about these BLM riots. Also, one of our Democrat colleagues is on video. By the way, all of this is on video, their statements. And she was talking about Trump supporters, and she said, when you see them, you make a crowd, surround them wherever they are. These are the statements that come from our Democrat colleagues, but they want to attack President Trump every single day and take away police officers' ability to stop criminals and arrest criminals and protect our city streets, our community streets, and our nation's capital. And I'm sick and tired of it. It is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to say I support the amendment that you just spoke on and introduced. And I would urge my colleagues to pay attention very carefully. The American people are paying attention, and they're not stupid. Just because you have a little microphone you can talk in doesn't mean that you can sit here and lie to the American people every single day. They can read the crime statistics. We all know you can't walk around this city without being in danger of being robbed or carjacked or murdered maybe. My goodness, how horrible is that? So let's support our police officers. Let's vote for good things to help citizens in this city. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Will the gentlelady yield for a question?
No, I will not yield to one of your stupid questions that are always attacking me and attacking President Trump.
How about a mediocre question?
No, I don't want it. I do not want
an
your
excellent question.
No.
A smart question.
No, my time
an intelligent question.
You have no smart or intelligent questions.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes.
Thank you. That was.
I don't want it. I do not want
an
your
excellent question.
No.
A smart question.
No, my time.
An intelligent question.
You have no smart or intelligent questions.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Garcia for 5 minutes.
Thank you. That was a lot. I want to remind the gentlelady that it was her that actually organized a trip to the D.C. jail to hug and high five and sit with the insurrectionists that actually attacked our Capitol. So if we're talking about the safety of D.C. and the Capitol, it's just quite, I think, ironic. This is all facts. This is quite ironic that the insurrectionists that tried to overthrow our government in the capital city were being coddled. We're actually being coddled by. It's quite a shame that you call them political prisoners or hostages. I think maybe you called them. They actually try to overthrow our government. Let me continue with my time.
She's not recognized.
Thank you. So I think it's quite interesting that my colleague trying to talk about the safety of D.C. When she literally supported an insurrection, an attack on the Capitol,
visited the prisoners. I was there as one of 2 Democrats there as part of that visit on behalf of this committee, and seeing her high five folks that want to overthrow our government. So quite ridiculous. And if she's so interested in fixing Washington, D.C., maybe she should run for mayor of D.C. It's what she seems to be interested in. She's obsessed with everything going on. I just want to remind folks that D.C. and the district has a mayor, they have a city council, they're trying to pass regulations, they're trying to work. There's definitely challenges. They're working very hard on those. And overall, let's remember that crime all across the country has actually decreased over the last couple of years. It has not increased, it's decreased. And with that, I yield back my time.
Wait, Mr. Would you yield?
Absolutely.
Thank you very much for your trenchant remarks, Mr. Garcia. Trying to pierce through the fog of propaganda, confusion, disinformation, and just lies that we just heard, the distinguished gentlelady, who I'd be very happy to yield some of my time to answer the question, started off by complaining about the murder rate in Washington, the carjacking in Washington, and gun violence. And the question that I wanted to pose to the gentlelady, which she anticipated as a stupid question, was simply what she thinks in this legislation that we're here to discuss, 5798, will bring down the murder rate, or bring down carjacking, or bring down gun violence in Washington. Because the sole purpose of the legislation, as I can read it, is simply to say that the chief of police no longer has disciplinary authority over his or her own police force, but instead it will be subject to collective bargaining. Now, that might be a great policy for the gentlelady's district in Georgia. I'd be interested to know where the municipalities in her district are on that question. But in any event, the people of Washington, D.C. have dealt with this repeatedly. We've got a letter right here, which I submitted for the record, from 12 out of 13 members of the D.C. City Council saying, please don't change our law. We have the statements of 4 different chiefs of police saying, please don't change our law. We've got cops who've been convicted of sexual violence, sexual assault, domestic violence, and I'm not even certain the gentlelady from Georgia understood what she was speaking for, because she was talking about the murder rate and carjacking, and unless she's saying that police officers who may be removed from the force in D.C. for having committed a sexual assault or domestic violence are more likely to help bring down the murder rate, then her remarks are completely nonsensical. It was much ado about nothing. So thank you for allowing me to make that point. I yield back to you, Mr. Garcia.
Would the gentleman yield to a question?
Sure.
You mentioned that crime was down nationwide. Then why isn't it down in Washington, D.C.? You have any idea?
I mean, let me just say, I served as mayor of a city of 500,000 people for 8 years. Crime trends go up and down. You look at overall crime rates, you look at violent crime. Crime overall across the country has gone down. Not everywhere. There are areas of Kentucky and other places in the country that crime has gone up. But why? But if we're so focused on just D.C., then we should focus on places like Kentucky and Arkansas and Texas and other cities where crime is also slightly going up.
Well, and if the gentleman would yield on that point, there have been increases in different categories in crime in the gentlelady's own state that she represents, Georgia. If collective bargaining is the solution to that, would she support collective bargaining for public workers in Georgia?
Absolutely.
Because it's not allowed there. And she doesn't seem to understand that she just became a champion of collective bargaining and the right to organize a union. And I would invite her to come back to proclaim her new pro-union sympathies publicly for her own state as well.
We would support her on the PRO Act, actually, if you would like to vote for the PRO Act.
Gentlemen's time's expired. Do any other members wish to be recognized?
Report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H-Res 863 offered by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, number 117.
The gentlelady is recognized to speak on her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, the Founding Fathers deliberated for a period of time to ensure that the American public for ages beyond would be protected. And so their interpretation of impeachment, which, by the way, to answer a question posed some many minutes and hours ago, Yes, there is authority to do our job. Yes, impeachment does exist. As Professor Charles Black has indicated, it deals with other high crimes and misdemeanors. In particular, impeachment is focused on the idea of treason, bribery, high crimes and misdemeanors. Professor Black notes that in his influential handbook, impeachment is not permitted for mere inefficient administration or administration that does not accord with Congress' view of good policy. Simply put, the Constitution forbids impeachment based on policy disagreements between the House and the executive branch, no matter how intense or high stakes those differences of opinion are. I would venture to say that the disruption of a presidential election in 2020 was not a mere disagreement between Congress and the executive, a direct connection to disrupting the election and changing the election, nor was an outright insurrection on January 6th could be equal to the idea of a disagreement with Congress. And so what we have here today are two articles with no constitutional basis of charging a secretary or a public figure anything dealing with an unconstitutional violation. It has been 9 months since our committee's chair told his donors in Tennessee to, quote, get the popcorn, unquote, for his 5-phase predetermined plan to impeach a cabinet secretary over policy differences. Over 9 months, the hearings floundered. Not a shrivel of evidence of high crimes or misdemeanors. Why they wish to not read my amendment, which is to eliminate Article 1, because as our Secretary formerly of Homeland Security, of whom I worked with, has indicated, again, he emphasized, Secretary Chertoff, political and policy disagreements aren't impeachable offenses. To the American public, he made it as a simple statement of fact. The Constitution gives Congress the power to impeach federal officials for treason, bribery, and high crimes and misdemeanors. That is a high bar, and we do not have that. And now, after 2 impeachment hearings with no Republican-invited constitutional experts, my colleagues across the aisle have rushed to their pre-planned, predetermined conclusion to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. As I said earlier, this is revenge impeachment. I got you. That's despite Republicans not affording Secretary Mayorkas any rights to participate in the process, unlike the previous impeachments of former President Trump. They claim that the Secretary is playing a game of cat and mouse, but my Republican colleagues rejected the Secretary's offer to testify before the committee on a different day. He details that in a very effective, lengthy letter that, yes, we did receive in the early morning hours, but he did provide that with us, for us. A day where he was not already planning to host Mexican officials to do what our colleagues want him to do, the job of stopping fentanyl. The meeting was to collaborate on clamping down on fentanyl trafficking and reducing unlawful crossings. Isn't that interesting? Performing his constitutional duties, and he was rejected. And the chair of this committee did not act upon our properly entered Minority Day hearing request to call on constitutional experts to discuss this impeachment process. Republican attorneys general, masquerading as constitutional experts, don't provide an insightful view into the impeachment, just a partisan one, but more importantly, they are not constitutional experts. They deal with the laws of their state, not the laws that we are governed by in the United States, Congress, or this committee in particular. They should be guided by the Constitution, inasmuch as states are subject to the power of the federal government that seems to be missing in several of our states today. But I guess Republicans consider the 2 impeachment hearings methodical. In light of these observations, my amendment seeks to strike Article 1 of the Articles of Impeachment. The article is filled with unsubstantiated allegations and a general lack of understanding of both historic border policy and U.S. immigration law. My colleagues want to impeach the Secretary for allegedly not enforcing immigration law.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
And I hope to continue by one of my colleagues yielding. At this time, I reserve what I did not have to reserve.
The gentlelady yields.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Does anyone want to speak on the amendment? No. Her amendment, Republicans go first. So is there a Republican? Nope. Okay. You're recognized, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll begin by yielding back to Ms. Jackson Lee.
You're very kind, sir. Thank you so very much. Let me say that, again, my colleagues want to impeach the Secretary for allegedly not enforcing the immigration law. Be reminded, my colleagues, that he was attempting to meet with Mexican officials to enforce laws to determine what laws we could work on together, and which he could not be at this particular hearing and was not given another option. They seem not to understand that Congress provides the funding for and sets the minimum threshold for detention levels, and Congress has never provided the resources to detain all undocumented migrants. DHS is currently detaining more people than required by this body, while Republicans refuse to consider the Secretary's request for more funds to further increase the bed space. Similarly, Congress has never provided the resources to remove all eligible non-citizens. No administration have ever requested funding for such a large deportation scheme. We have not even tried to participate in legal, if you will, immigration by providing the necessary tools. I didn't say that they would all be granted for asylum. And so we have an extensive backlog in all forms of assessing the migrants coming across the border. Therefore, Secretary Mayorkas uses prosecutorial discretion in the absence of other tools in accordance with longstanding precedent, and rightly instructs the officers and agents to prioritize threats to public safety, national security, and border security as the American people would want them to do. How do you protect us, Mr. Secretary? Well, I've been given zero by this Congress. They've done nothing for comprehensive immigration reform, so I'm going to, in my best judgment, as a public servant, following the Constitution, doing my duty, try to ensure that you will have the opportunity to be safe. The prioritization doesn't stop him from enforcing the law. He's already removed and expelled more people than the Trump administration. My colleagues also want to impeach the Secretary for executing his parole authority in a way that aligns with decades of precedent. Every administration since Eisenhower has used parole. Its first use was actually for 30,000 Hungarian nationals fleeing communism. President Trump used parole to expedite the reunification of Cuban families facing long waits for immigrant visas. Now Republicans want to say it can't be used on a case-by-case basis for Ukrainians fleeing Russian aggression, or the multitude of different persons that are now coming across the border because, again, there was no stand-up Republican Party to provide the resources, stand up to the cause, to provide the resources that would allow for this Secretary to perform his job. My amendment affords my Republican colleagues to go back to the table for an opportunity to do their job and to correct their baseless allegations, of which I would care for them to adopt their own instructions. Secretary Chertoff said, that is why Republicans aren't seeking to hold Mr. Mayorkas to the Constitution's high crimes and misdemeanors standard for impeachment. They make the unsupported argument that he is derelict in his duty, and they have no basis to be able to suggest that. And Secretary Chertoff goes on to say, the truth is that our national immigration system is outdated, and DHS leaders under both parties have done their best to manage our immigration system without adequate congressional support. But no Democrat, during the time that we were in the majority, attempted to impeach our Secretaries of Homeland Security when they respectively had challenges and difficulties sending or returning migrants that were coming to this country. So let me, as I conclude, we have been executing, and this is by way of Secretary Mayorkas, but no one wants to listen to. We have been executing an unprecedented and high-impact campaign to disrupt, dismantle the smuggling organizations. More than 14,000 smugglers throughout the region have been arrested and thousands have been prosecuted under federal law. We have worked with Mexico to conduct mirrored patrols along the southwest border, protection of the southwest border. And we have worked with Mexico and other countries to increase interdictions along the migratory routes, include repatriation flights, and execute the removal of third country nationals. Last year, we secured funding to hire 300 more Border Patrol. We scrapped and got whatever we could get.
Gentlelady, your time has expired,
And
but
so
I think
ask my
Mr.
colleagues
Thinidar is going to
support
yield to
the
you.
Jackson Lee
Mr.
amendment
Thinidar,
to
you're
eliminate
recognized.
Article 1. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time to the gentleman from Rhode Island.
Mr. Magaziner is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to Representative Tannadar. I want to speak in favor of Ms. Jackson Lee's amendment. The legal case for impeachment in these articles is incredibly thin, and I want everyone to understand this. In Article 1, the argument that House Republicans are making is that somehow Secretary Mayorkas is choosing not to follow the law because a portion of migrants apprehended at the border are not being detained until their cases are heard. But again, there is not enough detention capacity because this Congress has not provided that funding for that capacity. Stats and numbers don't lie. For fiscal year 2024, and I want everyone to hear this, Congress provided funding for 34,000 beds in ICE detention centers, 34,000. The average daily population in those detention centers is 37,000 people. They are at capacity. So there may be individual examples of certain facilities at certain times that are not at capacity for safety reasons or health reasons or whatever the case may be. But overall, across the system, we are at and above capacity. And so what should the Secretary do? The Secretary, because he has not received the funding to provide adequate detention capacity, has to use his judgment for who to detain and who to release. That is not illegal. It is certainly not impeachable, and it is the exact same kind of discretion that every other director before him has used. In the last 2 years of the Trump administration, 52% of migrants apprehended at the southern border were released, not detained. 52%, nearly 1 million people. I did not hear my Republican colleagues trying to impeach the secretary or acting secretary under the Trump administration during those years, but here they are trying to impeach Secretary Mayorkas for doing the exact same thing. And in fact, the percentage of migrants who have been released under the Biden administration, 48%, is lower than the 52% rate under the last 2 years of the Trump administration. In Article 2, and that's, by the way, that is essentially their whole argument in Article 1, so we can forget that. Article 2, they are arguing that somehow the Secretary has lied to Congress because at various times he said things like the border was secure or the border was closed. These are subjective terms. Again, certainly not impeachable. If he said, you know, we're holding an average daily count of 37,000 people a day when it was really 10,000 a day, well, that would be a lie. That would be misstating a fact. But characterizing the situation on the ground in a way that my Republican colleagues might disagree with is certainly not impeachable or a lie. If I say to you, it's hot outside and you think it's cold, I haven't lied to you. If I say to you it's 80 degrees and it's actually 40 degrees, well, that might be a lie.
Would the gentleman yield?
But I'll just say once again, you're talking about terms like closed, secure, that are inherently subjective terms. Oh, okay. I mean, there are certain terms like operationally secure that may have a legal definition, but again, the idea that this would be an impeachable offense, is ludicrous. There is no law that my colleagues have pointed to that has been broken, and particularly when it comes to the Secretary using his discretion to decide how to manage the lack of capacity because Congress has not provided the resources that he has asked for. He's using the same discretion that every secretary before him has used.
The gentleman yield quick for.
Yield to Mr. Goldman.
Just to follow up on Mr. Magaziner's point on the operational control of the border, as that term is defined in the Secure Fence Act of 2006, that, of course, requires 0 immigrants from crossing the border in order to achieve that standard. And of course, that's unreasonable, unattainable. So in 2007, under the Bush administration, the department issued guidelines to redefine what operational control is. So if you are actually trying to point to this and the letter of the law, then you ought to talk to your colleagues in the Wayback Machine in 2007 who changed that defenation.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Would the gentleman yield? Would
The
the gentleman
gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize Mrs. Greene for 5 minutes to comment on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're listening to Democrats today talk about Secretary Mayorkas requesting funding from Congress and talking about detention space. But the facts tell the truth. Secretary Mayorkas has requested less detention space. Fiscal year 2020, $2.7 billion for 54,000 beds, including 2,500 for family units. Fiscal year 2021, $3.1 billion for 60,000 beds, including 5,000 for family units. Fiscal year 2022, he requested $1.8 billion for 32,500 beds. Fiscal year 2023, he requested $1.4 billion for 25,000 beds. And in fiscal year 2024, Secretary Mayorkas reduced it again down to $1.3 billion for 25,000 beds. This is a reduction of 9,000 from fiscal year 23 enacted. DHS has not provided Congress with statutorily mandated reports on detention needs as required under 8 U.S.C. 1368 and requested by the committee in a letter on January 4th, 2024. Also, DHS claims in fiscal year 22 and 23 budget requests that a reduction in detention capacity level will not impede ICE's ability to apprehend, detain, and remove non-citizens that present a threat to national security, border security, and public safety. Secretary Mayorkas closed detention facilities, closed them, while paroling en masse millions of illegal aliens into our country. By December 2021, DHS stopped using family detention centers for family units. In March 2022, ICE announced it would close an Alabama detention facility and limit the use of 3 others in Florida, Louisiana, and North Carolina. Secretary Mayorkas refused to utilize MPP. But let's talk about what has been the result of that. Human trafficking is a $150 billion a year industry. And what has this done for the cartels? Cartels and coyotes are making over $13 billion a year in human trafficking alone off of Secretary Mayorkas's willful breaking of federal immigration laws. This revenue is 26 times more than cartels earned under President Trump, approximately $500 million under Trump, according to the New York Times. But what is that doing? This is trafficking children, trafficking women. This is what, he is not holding these people. He is not detaining these people. He's not coming to us and asking us for more money. He's asking us for less money. He's asking us for less beds. And then he's closing down detention facilities. It is an outright lie to claim that Secretary Mayorkas is following the law when in fact he's not. He is breaking the law. And he is paroling them by the millions into the interior of the United States. What else has happened since then? Fentanyl, the #1 killer for Americans between ages 18 and 45. Let's also talk about how many Americans are dying. 300 Americans a day are dying. Let's talk about what that does to people like two of my constituents, Jose and Isabel Lerma, who were killed in a human smuggling pursuit caused by Mayorkas's open border policies. What about 20-year-old Kayla Marie Hamilton? Remember her mother? Poor Kayla was raped and strangled to death by an illegal MS-13 gang member who was actually apprehended at the border. Apprehended. He had gang tattoos on his body. But because Secretary Mayorkas breaks federal law, he says, go ahead and release these people into our country. And this 20-year-old was raped and murdered by an MS-13 gang member who should have never been in the United States. This is the outcome. That's just one example. We could spend hours and hours. You know what? We could go all week, and I'm sure Chairman Greene would let us do it if we talked about every American who has been affected by Secretary Mayorkas willfully breaking federal immigration law. Is that what we must do? If we must, we must. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. Payne for 5 minutes discussing the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield to Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee.
Gentleman yields. Ms. Jackson Lee.
I thank the gentleman, and forgive me, Mr. Magaziner, that I didn't thank you when you yielded. Thank you so very much. Let me give us all a suggestion. Let us move to adjourn this meeting and have an authorization meeting, because my heart goes out to every single victim that has suffered a loss of life, being a family member or who's died in this terrible scourge of drug trafficking or fentanyl. And let's have a meeting that deals with authorizing Secretary Mayorkas $20 billion to be able to do the job that we understand he has not done, because he has not asked for $1 billion, $2 billion, $5 billion, $6 billion, $7 billion. It goes to the very point that we are making. These are policy decisions. These are decisions that the Budget Committee participates in, the Appropriations Committee participates in. And it may be in the overall discussion of the budget of this nation or appropriations that the Secretary was given the amount that he could work with, policy. And it wasn't a constitutional decision, it was, this is the budget for DHS. And the billions that you are asking or maybe need will have to be dropped down. And so I can't for the life of me see why my colleagues cannot understand that you are dealing clearly with the issue of a policy decision and a very wise secretary that is trying to do his job by protecting us in the narrow way that he's allowed to do so. Here are my resources. Here is who I can detain. And for the information of this committee, many Republicans want to use our immigration and criminal justice system to solve public health crisis or blame the secretary. Under President Biden's leadership, overdose deaths have decreased or been flat each month for 6 consecutive months. As well, we have reported, based on a rolling 12-month count, with significant increases during the final year of the Trump administration. We didn't have that. With Democrats, we've been working to bring it down and to stop the scourge of drug trafficking. In September 2021, during the first year of the Biden administration, the DOJ and DEA announced law enforcement surge that resulted in the seizure of far more of these fentanyl pills and other horrible aspects. And so the real question is, how long are we going to pursue a question of behavior under your job versus direct acts that result in the death of people? Are you telling me Secretary Mayorkas was directly involved in killing people? Would we go to that length? Will we so much even suggest that the smugglers and the cartels gaining profits have now rendered Under Secretary Mayorkas under Article 2 that talks about the breach of trust? Or has he benefited monetarily? Who would want to stand and say that? And so we're getting to a point now where it really is a question of understanding. And that understanding is that Article 1 does not fit any of the charges that the Republicans are making against this gentleman. They're not constitutionally grounded. And we have not allowed the Secretary, who is now engaged in negotiations now for over a month, I believe, or more, with the Senate, a very table that the House Republicans have been invited to sit at, the very table that the Speaker of the House has been invited to sit at. And my understanding is that their seats are vacant. But yet our Secretary of Homeland Security, under the threat of impeachment, at every point has gotten up every day to participate in abiding by laws that he hopes will make this country safer. Is that the basis of impeachment? Is that the accusation that will hold under this Article 1? Mr. Chairman, it will not hold, and I ask my colleagues to support the Jackson-Lee Amendment and vote down Article 1.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
thank
I
you,
now
Mr.
recognize Mr. Guest for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment.
Look over here, Mr. President. Good to see you, Mr. President. This is about you. This is about the soul of the nation.
I'm not stopping there. My administration has proposed rules to make cable, travel, utilities, and online ticket sellers tell you the total price up front so there are no surprises. It matters. It matters. And so does this. In November, my team began serious negotiation with a bipartisan group of senators. The result was a bipartisan bill with the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen. Oh, you don't think so? Oh, you don't like that bill, huh? That conservatives got together and said it was a good bill? I'll be darned. That's amazing. That bipartisan bill would hire 1,500 more security agents and officers, 100 more immigration judges to help tackle the backload of 2 million cases, 4,300 more asylum officers, and new policies so they can resolve cases in 6 months instead of 6 years now. What are you against? 100 more high-tech drug detection machines to significantly increase the ability to screen and stop vehicles smuggling fentanyl into America. That's killing thousands of children. This bill would save lives and bring order to the border. It will also give me and any new president new emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when the number of migrants at the border is overwhelming. The Border Patrol Union has endorsed this bill. The Federal Chamber of Commerce is, yeah. You're saying low. Look at the facts. I know you know how to read. I believe that given the opportunity for a majority in the House and Senate would endorse the bill as well, a majority right now. But unfortunately, politics has derailed this bill so far. I'm told my predecessor called members of Congress in the Senate to demand they block the bill. He feels a political win. He viewed it as would be a political win for me and a political loser for him. It's not about him. It's not about me. I'd be a winner. Not really. Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many of the thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself. I understand. But look, if we change the dynamic at the border, people pay these smugglers $8,000 to get across the border because they know if they get by and let into the country, it's 6 to 8 years before they have a hearing. And it's worth taking the chance of the $8,000. But if it's only 6 weeks, the idea is it's highly unlikely that people will pay that money and come all that way, knowing that they'll be able to be kicked out quickly. Folks, I would respectfully suggest my Republican friends owe it to the American people, get this bill done. We need to act now. And if my predecessor is watching, instead of paying politics and pressuring members of Congress to block the bill, join me in telling the Congress to pass it. We can do it together. But that's what here's what he will not do. I will not demonize immigrants saying they are poison in the blood of our country. I will not separate families. I will not ban people because of their faith. Unlike my predecessor on my first day in office, I introduced a comprehensive bill to fix our immigration system. Take a look at it. It has all these and more. Secure the border. Provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, and so much more. But unlike my predecessor, I know who we are as Americans. We're the only nation in the world with a heart and soul that draws from old and new. Home to Native Americans, whose ancestors have been here for thousands of years. Home to people of from every place on earth. They came freely. Some came in chains. Some came when famine struck, like my ancestral family in Ireland. Some to flee persecution, to chase dreams that are impossible anywhere but here in America. That's America. And we all come from somewhere, but we're all Americans. Look, folks, we have a simple choice. We can fight about fixing the border, or we can fix it. I'm ready to fix it. Send me the border bill now.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Greene from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a very important hearing we're having today, and I'd like to take a little time to respond to some misinformation that has been spread here. Mr. Snyder, you said in your opening statement that the fact that there are neo-Nazis in the Ukrainian military is disinformation, a disinformation trope, and a Russian denazification meme. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record this 2021 Time magazine article titled How a White Supremacist Militia Uses Facebook to Radicalize and Train New Members about the Ukrainian neo-Nazi Azov Battalion.
Without objections ordered.
Thank you. Time also put together a piece only 3 years ago, and it's quite an extensive video that gives full information about the Nazis in Ukraine and their recruitment efforts that go all around the world. It's amazing to me that just in a few years' time, it's now considered misinformation to talk about the Nazis in Ukraine. I'd like to quote the article. It says that Ali Sufan, a security consultant and former FBI agent who has studied Azov Nazis, estimates that more than 17,000 foreign fighters have come to Ukraine over the past 6 years from 50 countries. According to Christopher Wray, the FBI director, he said that Azov has been recruiting and radicalizing and training American citizens for years. He also finished saying in his testimony to the U.S. Senate that American white supremacists are actually traveling overseas to train. This is an extremely concerning situation. I don't think anyone in the United States government, Americans, do not support actual Nazis or white supremacists. I know I certainly do not. And I can't understand why in just a short amount of time, this information that our own American media frequently talked about is no longer talked about. I'd like to point out also, here's an NBC article stating that Ukraine's Nazi problem is real. Mr. Snyder, do you see this headline? This is NBC News. They say that Ukraine's Nazi problem is real, even if Putin's denazification claim is not. So even our own American media, unless you consider NBC or Time Magazine misinformation spreaders or disinformation media outlets, this is contrary to what you testified. And there's frequent pictures all over. Anybody can find them of Nazis. Here they are. This looks like something you'd see out of Hitler's Germany from Ukraine. And this is something that's extremely important to talk about. According to the Council of Europe, however, Ukraine is ranked well in the top half of countries in terms of how corrupt they are. In the last 5 years, Ukraine is ranked close to the countries like Gambia, Iran, Myanmar, and Sierra Leone in corruption. That's not very free and democratic company to keep. Ukraine has canceled their elections, arrested members of the press, not allowed different types of religion unless it goes along with the Ukrainian government. And right now, the biggest push in Washington, D.C. is to fund the Ukraine war with another $60 billion. And while we're talking about the CCP, I think it's extremely important to point out that our own wide open border is the most dangerous threat to our national security. According to CBP data, there have been 24,296 Chinese nationals enter the United States at the southern border just this year in 2024. I want you to know that's up 7,000% since Biden took office in 2021, when only 342 Chinese nationals crossed our border. When we're talking about national security and talking about threats through the United States, Congress needs to remember that our open border is the greatest threat to the American people who, by the way, Monday was tax day, April 15th, when struggling Americans pulled together to pay their taxes or filed for extensions or paid money that they just didn't have and desperately are hoping for a tax return. The United States federal government is doing everything they can here in Congress, persuading members of Congress with every lobbyist from foreign countries and groups, trying to tell us to send $100 billion overseas, and we're doing nothing for our border. So when you want to talk about misinformation, Mr. Snyder, you might actually look a little closer to American media if you don't like what they're saying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, does he have the opportunity to respond to the gentlelady?
Sure.
Yeah.
I didn't ask him a question,
no, her
Mr.
time's
Raskin.
expired.
You asked multiple questions.
I did not ask him a question.
You certainly did. You said, did you see this?
Time has expired. Gentlelady's time's expired. Chair.
The gentlewoman Ms. Crockett is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I do want to clear up some actual misinformation. Dr. Snyder, when you were testifying earlier, you were actually responding to questions that were posed by another colleague from Texas. One of the questions was, who was the president in 2008? And to be clear, Obama ran in 2008, but Obama did not swear in until 2009. So when my colleague asked about invasions from Russia, actually in 2008, Russia was invading Georgia, and it was another Texan that was the president at the time, and that was George Bush. In addition to that, one of the things that my colleague did not inquire about, but I want to make sure we're clear about, is that Trump was president in 2019 when he threatened to withhold aid to the Ukrainians as they were being threatened by the Russians. So I do want to make sure that we do that. You know, what is wild to me is that this word patriot seems to be getting co-opted for propagandists, because that's what they do. All right, so we're going to talk about what my colleague from Georgia, she talked about misinformation, and I don't know what she was talking about, but nevertheless, we can look at her own tweets and we can find plenty of misinformation, but we're just going to go through one specific tweet. Now, she said that we need to work with Israel to track down the serial numbers on any U.S. weapons used by Hamas against Israel. Dr. Snyder, I may be going out on a limb, but are you aware that that was actually just propaganda that was put out, and there actually were not U.S. weapons that were being used by Hamas, as she attempted to insinuate in this tweet?
I mean, first of all, I appreciate the clarification. I knew that the question, who were the American presidents, was going to be the toughest one I got from that side. So I appreciate your helping me out. Yes, I mean, obviously there what you have is a typical example of American-Russian messaging, where the implicit idea is supposed to be we shouldn't give weapons to Ukraine because they're going to end up going somewhere else. There's no evidence for that. It's hard to think of an example where American weapons have been leveraged with such success as on the Ukrainian battlefield.
Thank you so much. In fact, for some people, especially people that serve on the committee, they may be surprised to know that it's actually a former Russian president and Putin's sidekick, Dmitry, and I don't want to slaughter his name, so I'm going to say Dmitry M., who actually she quote tweeted. See, the problem that we're having, and the reason that we're bringing up Russia as well, is because Russia is a threat as well as China. So we are not going to sit here and pretend as if it's only one or the other. But the biggest problem that we have is we have people that sit in this chamber and they spread the misinformation. If it was left in Russia or China, whatever. But the problem is that you have people that sit in positions of power and they have a $2 million budget. You think that they would call on some staff to find out if they were telling the truth about the things that they're putting on social media, but instead it works for their rhetoric. And as we talk about rhetoric, something else that was appalling to me was this insinuation that when you look at the Ukrainians, which is why we're having problems getting the funding that Ukraine needs, is because people in this chamber push misinformation and disinformation. They want to talk about the Ukrainians got all of these Nazis. Well, let me tell you something. You can find Nazis anywhere. You can find them right here in the United States. In fact, a bunch of the people that they're calling victims and prisoners of war, also known as convicted felons from January 6th. I have an article that I'd like to enter into the record by unanimous consent that says neo-Nazi January 6th rioter pleads guilty.
Without objection.
Thank you so much. So here's the point. We have people in this chamber that are actually causing just as much a threat, if not more of a threat, to our own country. We should be talking about holding our very own accountable for the misinformation and disinformation that they are spreading, whether it's coming out of China, whether it's coming out of Russia, or whoever is peddling it. It is a problem because right now what we see is that people are dying and we cannot get the support that we need from the public because they continue to peddle lies. And I'm tired of it because I didn't come to this chamber to play games. I came to this chamber to answer to the people, the American people, and to make sure that we keep the American people safe. And if we don't get something done, as they talk about the border, I do want to be clear, the only reason we haven't gotten funding for the border is because they killed, the House Republicans here, killed the bill that they actually sent us from the Senate side. If they want to do some work, let me tell you something, the Democrats are ready, and it seems like the Senate Republicans are ready too. They just need to get to it and stop peddling Putin's lies. Thank you, and I yield.
I now yield to the ranking member for his opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. Authoritarian states use propaganda to dehumanize their victims and to mask their brutality. The propagandist's purpose, Aldous Huxley said, is to, quote, make one set of people forget that another set of people is human. Today, for example, Vladimir Putin tries to make people forget about the humanity of 38 million Ukrainians that he wants to control. He tries to make people forget about Alexei Navalny, whom he poisoned, falsely imprisoned, and killed. The Chinese government tries to make people forget about the humanity of millions of Tibetans and Uyghurs who President Xi mercilessly persecutes, incarcerates, and represses. But with their intensive programs of propaganda today, the autocrats seek not only to subdue their own populations, but to confuse and demoralize people who live in democratic societies. Today's hearing is about China's political warfare, but China exists as part of an axis of authoritarian powers and parties, the center of which is Russia, whose propaganda playbook the CCP studies carefully and increasingly imitates and follows. In the struggle between democracy and authoritarianism today, the central military battlefield is, of course, Ukraine, which has been invaded and hammered by Putin. More than 10,000 civilians have been killed and 12 million people have been driven from their homes. Russia spreads terror with rape, child kidnapping, torture, and murder. And China is assisting Russia in this filthy war of aggression by helping Putin rebuild its military-industrial complex. And China is watching closely what happens in Ukraine. As Prime Minister Kishida of Japan told us on the floor last week, the Ukraine of today may be the East Asia of tomorrow. But if Ukraine is the central military battlefield in this showdown, the democratic societies of the world are the central psychological and political battlegrounds as the tyrants inject lies and disinformation into our politics. For a decade now, our intelligence community, law enforcement, and national security agencies have warned of the systematic and pervasive efforts by Vladimir Putin, his intelligence operatives, his Internet Research Agency, and his allies to destabilize our politics, sabotage our campaigns, affect our election outcomes, and poison our society with divisive racial, ethnic, religious, and ideological propaganda. Just this morning, Mr. Chairman, the Washington Post reported on a secret document written by Russia's foreign ministry that leaked out. As the article explains, Russia is seeking to subvert Western support for Ukraine and disrupt the domestic politics of the United States and European countries through propaganda campaigns supporting isolationist and extremist policies. Russia's foreign ministry says that Ukraine is the main crucible of our times. According to the Post, quote, the document says the outcome of Russia's war in Ukraine will to a great degree determine the outlines of the future world order, a clear indication Moscow sees the result of its invasion as inextricably bound up with its ability and that of other authoritarian nations to impose its will globally. Ukraine is where the world must stand against tyranny today. And now China is following Russia very closely. An article this month in the Washington Post titled, China's Advancing Efforts to Influence the U.S. Election Raises Alarm. It says, in an echo of Russia's influence campaign before the 2016 election, China now appears to be trying to harness partisan divisions in America to undermine Biden administration's policies. The Foundation for Defense of Democracies identified as part of this effort 170 inauthentic pages and accounts on Facebook that have been pushing anti-American messages, including pointed attacks on President Biden. Many of these disinformation nodes bring Chinese and Russian propaganda together to undermine U.S. foreign policy. Quote, in February, according to the Institute for Strategic Dialogue, a Chinese account on X calling itself a Western name alongside a mega 2024 reference shared a video from RT, the Russian TV network controlled by the Kremlin, to claim that Mr. Biden and the CIA had sent a neo-Nazi gangster to fight in Ukraine. The narrative was debunked by the investigative group Bellingcat, but the very next day, the Post received an enormous boost when Alex Jones, the podcaster known for spreading false claims and conspiracy theories, shared it on his platform with 2.2 million followers. This kind of Chinese-Russian mega propaganda and disinformation. For example, Putin is trying to stop the democracies from helping Ukraine by claiming that his war of conquest is really meant to remove Nazis from power. Denazification, he calls it. He invites us to believe that Ukraine is a Nazi state, even though it is actually a liberal representative democracy committed to the equal rights of all of its citizens, and even though the people chose as their president Vladimir Zelensky, the only Jewish person serving as a president anywhere in the world outside of the state of Israel. Yet the denazification myth has spread to the mega precincts of Congress. Just this week, one of our colleagues on the committee who was trying to topple the Speaker of the House this week because he wants to allow a fair floor vote on a security package to Ukraine recycled a defamatory lie about Ukraine. She tweeted, "It is anti-Semitic to make Israeli aid contingent on funding Ukrainian Nazis." I learned of this tweet from an outraged Ukrainian-American constituent whose Christian family was involved in saving Ukrainian Jews from both Hitler and Stalin. She said it was, quote, painful beyond words to see Marjorie Taylor Greene publicly slandering Ukrainians who are only trying to protect their fellow citizens from Russian mass murder. A similar disinformation ploy fundamentally distorted the work of our own committee over the last year. The key evidence in this committee's protracted impeachment quest, Alexander Smirnov's infamous FBI Form 1020, replete with salacious allegations about multi-million-dollar bribes to President Biden, turned out to be a tissue of lies planted by a person with close and extensive ties to Russian intelligence. GOP members of Congress have thus used Russian-generated disinformation to call democratic Ukraine an enemy of the United States, to deny the people of Ukraine desperately needed military help, and to try and impeach the President of the United States who has committed no offense, much less an impeachable one. Even with a decade of reports from national security and intelligence agencies establishing Russia's active measure campaigns in our politics, many of our colleagues try to drown out such warnings by chanting Russia hoax or Russia, 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 essentially asking us to believe Vladimir Putin over our own government agencies. I'm happy to say it won't work anymore. The Republican chairman of the House Intelligence Committee and the Republican chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee are themselves forcefully sounding the alarm about the saturation of American politics and Congress by Russian propaganda. Foreign Affairs Committee Chairman Michael McCaul warned earlier this month that, quote, Russian propaganda has made its way into the United States, unfortunately, and it's infected a good chunk of my party's base. Chairman McCaul has called out members of the GOP for spreading Russian propaganda. Intelligence Committee Chair Mike Turner reiterated McCaul's warning and added that specific disinformation ploys have penetrated Congress. As a result of Russian propaganda, he said, quote, there are members of Congress today who still incorrectly say that this conflict between Russia and Ukraine is over NATO, which of course it is not. Our rejection of foreign propaganda interference in our politics, Mr. Chairman, should not depend on whether our party is the victim or the beneficiary of the effort. We all lose when American political dialogue falls prey to the disinformation of foreign states who are not members of our political community. Foreign governments have no right to define our campaigns, control our elections, or thwart our legislative process. The Ukrainian people are fighting a momentous battle against tyranny and corruption to defend democracy. We need to be on their side, and that means we need to disenthrall ourselves from the disinformation and propaganda tactics being waged against us by all the autocratic powers, meaning Russia and China, as well as Iran and North Korea. It's time we work together on this project, Mr. Chairman, and I look forward to hearing from our witnesses, especially Professor Snyder, a leading historian of Europe and leading analyst of how authoritarian governments work and how they try to undermine freedom and democracy. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. Gentleman from
Time's
Florida.
expired. Does any other member seek recognition?
Mr.
Chair
Chairman,
recognizes Ms. Greene.
I'd like to know if any of the Democrats on this committee are employing Judge Merchan's daughter.
Please tell me what that has to do with Merrick Garland.
Is she a porn star?
Oh, Goldman. That's right. He's advising. Okay.
He's advising who? What? Do you know what we're here for? You know we're here about
just
AG.
I don't think you know what you're here for.
Well, you the one talking about. I guess
I
you
think
still
your
stuck in the
fake
courtroom.
eyelashes are messing up.
No,
what you're
ain't
reading.
nothing.
Hold on.
Listen.
Order.
Mr. Chairman,
That's beneath
would
even
you
your
please
history and
regain
beneath
order
even
of your
you.
committee?
Order.
Please.
There's a point of order.
We have a point of order. Mr. Lynch, state your point.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to ask the parliamentarian if your conduct here in raising money in connection with this hearing is referable to the Ethics Committee within this hearing. Is a motion in order to refer your conduct and your abuse of
It's not a point of order.
I do have a point of order, and I would like to move to take down Ms. Greene's words. That is absolutely unacceptable. How dare you attack the physical appearance of another person?
Are your
Move
feelings hurt?
her words down.
Aw.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Oh, really?
Don't even play.
Baby girl? I don't think
we are going to move, and we're going to take your words down.
I second that motion.
So who will have to pay? Okay. All right. We're suspending.
Absolutely. No, we're taking her words down. No way is that being allowed. Retract. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Not today. Not today.
I gotta find some place where I can work.
Here's what we're not going to do. You can't.
Sit down, sit down.
That's fine, but she has to do a public apology. And she has to actually apologize. And if it's not a real apology, here's what we're not going to do. We're not going to do a smarmy apology. She has to actually apologize. And that needs to be up to Ms. Crockett as well. Sure. It needs to be sincere.
This is crazy.
Oh, let's do it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Because her ego's bruised.
Yeah, that's what it is.
That's all it is.
She's not used
She
to
doesn't
people
wanna
talking
say-
back to
She
her.
doesn't want to say sorry to nobody for nothing. She's going to learn.
I'll ask. Yeah. No. No. Yeah. Yeah. I know. You're gonna.
Who's leaving?
The committee will reconvene. Ms. Greene has 4 minutes and 21 seconds. There's a motion. Ms. Greene, do you wish to strike your words?
I have 4 minutes and 21 seconds to speak.
I think we have to do the motion first, and then unless there's another motion, then you'll be recognized again. But I believe there's another motion coming. So, you agree to strike your words?
Yeah. I'll
Okay.
agree.
Ms. Greene agrees to strike her words.
I believe she
Chair
should apologize.
recognizes
No,
Mr.
she
Perry.
has to apologize.
Okay, hold on. Then after Mr. Perry's going to be recognized, then Ms. Greene
I'm not
has 4 minutes and
apologizing.
21
Well,
seconds.
then
Okay,
you're
reserve
not
the right to
striking your
object.
words.
I am
You're
not
retracting.
apologizing.
Now let's go. Come on, guys.
Why don't you debate me?
Mr. Chairman, the
it's
minority.
pretty
No,
self-evident.
Chair you're not.
Yeah, you're
out
not.
of order.
You don't have enough
You're out of order.
intelligence.
Chair recognizes Mr. Perry.
Okay, move to strike
I'd
the.
like to
I
strike
move to
those
strike the
words
lady's
as well.
words.
I would like to strike
The
those
lady's
as well.
words again.
That's 2 requests to strike. That's 2 requests to strike.
Oh, they cannot take the
There's
word.
another motion to strike her words again. Please
All right.
get
Okay.
your members under
Here's
control.
the correct parliament. Ms. Greene, do you agree to unanimous consent to strike your words?
I repeat again for the second time. Yes, I'll
All
strike
right.
my words,
That-
but I'm not
all right.
apologizing.
Without objection. Without
Not
objection.
apologizing.
Chair
Reserving the right to
recognize-
object.
No.
Chairman, I
Chair
reserve the right to
recognizes
object.
Mr.
I
Perry.
reserve the right to
Mr.
object.
Chairman, I move that Mr. Goldman's words and Ms. Ocasio-Cortez's words be stricken.
Okay.
Which words? And you have to do it contemporaneously. Object. The objection must be contemporaneous, and they haven't spoken in 10 minutes.
Nobody's spoken in 10 minutes.
Well, that's right. Therefore, defeating your proposal.
You all have. So that's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
We weren't able to.
But I object. It doesn't refer to anything that's on the floor. Ms. Ocasio-Cortez objected immediately and instantaneously, as you're supposed to do under the rules and precedents of the House of Representatives.
So the first time he could
Mr.
move
Chairman, point of parliamentary inquiry.
All right. Look, we're going to suspend for a minute, but we'll talk to the parliamentary.
I object to your objection.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 21, the nays are 19, with 1 voting present.
All right. Motion table. Now the chair recognizes Ms. Greene for 4 minutes and 21 seconds.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Who's
It's me.
Ms. Crockett?
I'm just curious, just to better understand your ruling, if someone on this committee then starts talking about somebody's bleach blonde, bad built butch body, that would not be engaging in personalities, correct?
A what now?
Chairman, I make a motion to strike those words.
I don't think that's
Hold
a
on.
I'm
parliament.
trying to find clarification on what quality.
Chairman, motion to strike
I
those
had no idea
words.
what you just said.
We're not gonna do this. Look, you guys earlier literally just
Oh,
said
you
that.
just
voted to do
Y'all did it first, so you don't want to talk about it.
voted to do it.
Order.
I'm trying to get clarification.
Look at calm down. Calm
No,
down.
no, because this
I
is
would
what
like
y'all
to get
do.
through proceedings.
So I'm trying to
Hey,
get
Ms.
clarification.
Crockett, you're not
You don't wanna
recognized.
play
Ms.
games.
I can't
Crockett.
hear you with your
And
yelling.
You don't want
calm
me to
down.
Be, no,
Can you please calm
don't
down?
tell me to calm down.
Calm down.
Because y'all
Please
talk
calm
noise,
down.
and then you
You're
can't
out of
take
control.
Because if I
Look,
come,
Chairman,
if I
can
come
we
and
send
talk
outside to
shit
take a
about
break
her,
for 5
y'all
minutes?
gonna have a problem.
Mr.
Order.
Chairman.
All right,
Sorry.
chair.
I don't know why
Okay.
you're
Order.
acting
Chair
like
now
that.
recognizes
Not cute.
Ms. Greene for 4 minutes and 21 seconds. 4 minutes. Let Ms. Greene talk, and then I'll recognize.
But I
on
move
this
to
side.
strike her words for a second time based on her second set of personal remarks attacking another member.
Who? Chairman Comer.
Because you all cannot
I have an
seem
amendment at
to
the desk,
apply
and this
the
sideshow
rules of the
needs to
committee.
stop.
We have to do this every time.
Hey,
Listen,
I'm
listen,
recognized.
listen.
I'm recognized.
Order.
I'm going to
Listen,
go ahead and start
I-
talking.
Look, I know. Look, I don't know if you've noticed it. I have 2 hearing aids. I'm very deaf. I'm not understanding Everybody's yelling. I'm doing the best I can. Can we not recognize Ms. Greene and let
We
her
cannot because of the rules of the committee, Mr. Chair. That is what I'm trying to communicate in the present moment.
We have a okay, what's the motion?
The motion is to strike the gentlelady's words for the second set of remarks, not the first, the second. That apply to me.
She has no idea. I think, Mr. Chairman, I'm the only one recognized right now.
We objected at the time.
Will the member state the words she wishes struck?
She told me, or she asserted that I was not intelligent. These are the specific words. We can have it read by the clerk.
It was made immediately.
And it was made immediately. I am not moving now.
I don't think it was
I am not moving now.
It was made immediately, both by the gentlelady and by me.
Mr. Chair, it was made immediately.
It was made immediately, both by the gentlelady and by
return
me.
to us.
She said, "You don't have the intelligence to talk to me," is what she said.
The chair recognizes Ms. Greene for 4 minutes and 21 seconds.
Mr. Chair, what is happening with the ruling?
I object to the ruling now.
We must object.
I mean, if you want to take it up.
Just move on.
Yeah.
Move on.
We should just adjourn.
Yeah.
Because
I was.
hearsay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought Jerry Springer. Hey, I'm just glad that these chairs are too big to throw. This is not oversight, it's Jerry.
Mr. Chairman, a point of order. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on a point of order.
There's a motion on the table.
Yep.
Yeah, I will do right away.
Yeah. To a time certain tomorrow. To a time certain tomorrow. That way, we'll take this up again.
Take precedence over
Motion to recess, wouldn't it? To day to day?
Take precedence over
Alex, how do you feel about my moving to adjourn?
Okay.
No, I'm gonna rule to strike the word. Okay. I know. We got it. All right. Okay. All right. Back in order. The committee will come back to order. The chair rules to strike the words that Ms. Greene said, where she said that Ms. Ocasio-Cortez was not.
That she lacked the intelligence to speak to her when, in fact, Ms.
Ms.
Ocasio-Cortez is a brilliant member.
Get anything on me.
No, we should be on the record with what was
Okay, we struck the words that she said, "You're not intelligent." Are we good on that?
No.
The words have been struck.
No, it was,
no.
It was to take the words down.
Yeah, we're
Mr.
good.
Chairman.
Coleman, you're out of order. Listen.
Mr. Chairman, her motion was to take her words down, not to strike the words.
It was to strike the words. That's what Ms. Ocasio-Cortez asked.
Okay. Which is to take them down.
There's no such
Which
thing.
is to take them down.
Which is to take them down.
They've been taken down.
All right, then that means that Ms. Greene has to leave the committee.
Mr. Goldman, you're out of order. Now, I want everyone let's comply with decorum. The chair recognizes
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Greene for, no,
Wait,
no.
her words
no,
were taken
no.
down.
No, her
Yeah,
words were
the chair-
taken down. That means she cannot speak.
The chair
If
recognizes.
her words are stricken, she cannot speak in this hearing. Talk to your parliamentarian. She has to get out.
Without a motion under unanimous consent, the gentlelady is not permitted to speak for
Chairman.
the rest of this session. And we're happy to revive our motion to adjourn, Mr. Chairman. I think these 17-hour days might not work for us.
Something about working, huh?
Yeah, maybe showing up for a vote.
You have a lot to say, being that you're on retainer for the judge's daughter. Sorry, trust fund kid.
Mr. Chairman.
We should strike those words too.
I hope you brought your popcorn.
Mr.
I'll
Chair,
strike
we have to
those
strike
after
those as
we
well.
strike
And
the
Mr.
fact that they
Chairman-
called they were making comments about Marjorie's body. So we can do
Mr.
this all night
Chairman,
long. But I have a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
at
this
the
is out of
desk I'd like to
control.
get.
We should adjourn, Mr. Chairman.
Motion at the desk.
Mr. Chairman,
I think my body's pretty good at, I'm going to be 50
point of order.
this month. I am. I turned 50.
Mr. Chairman.
Pretty good.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
we have some members in the room who are drinking inside the hearing room who are not members of this hearing.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, we have members who are not on this committee sitting in the hearing
We have
room
members
drinking.
talking who haven't been recognized. Mr. Chairman, point of inquiry. Mr. Chairman, point
Democrats are against.
of Mr.
drinking.
Chairman, point of inquiry.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Water.
We're going
There
to
you go.
suspend. We're going to suspend for 5 minutes while our staffs work the parliamentary questions out. So this committee has
Mr. Chairman.
suspended for 5 minutes. It'd be a good time for everyone to go out and take
Can
a
we
break.
apologize to the
Get some
American
fresh
people
air.
back home
5
first?
minutes.
That would be really
Committee
great.
will reconvene in 5
How
minutes.
sorry we are that we're not.
For 4 minutes and 21 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're here tonight to hold Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress, and there has been complaint and complaint after complaint from the other side of the aisle. Now, I'd like to remind everyone that the American taxpayers were forced to pay millions and millions of dollars for the January 6th committee last Congress, who was convened during prime time, evening hours, and they hired an ABC News executive, James Goldston, to produce these committee hearings. Actually had the American taxpayers pay for this. And Democrats are complaining about our committee hearing this evening. I'd also like to remind everyone that during the 117th Congress, we would vote until 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, many, many times, late at night. And that was when Democrats controlled the House. But the worst thing about the January 6th committee is that the Speaker broke her own rules. When she produced this committee, created the committee, the minority leader appointed members of Congress to this committee, and they were denied being able to participate on the January 6th committee. This committee operated against the rules of Congress. It was procedurally defective. And today, right now, Peter Navarro is sitting in jail because he was held in contempt of Congress. And also, Steve Bannon has been held in contempt of Congress and could go to jail soon. Those are the consequences of when the Democrats controlled the House. They broke the rules. And the consequences are people have gone to jail, and they may soon go to jail. And tonight, we're here to hold Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress. And this committee needs to be able to proceed forward to do that. I'd also like to remind the committee and anyone watching this that every single time we hold a committee hearing and oversight committee, the Democrats attack President Trump repeatedly. Doesn't matter what the issue is, doesn't matter what the topic is, they can't produce facts, they can't produce anything to make their arguments. They make it about personal character attacks on the former president of the United States and our Republican presidential candidate. Every single time they attack President Trump. They think the way to win an argument is to attack President Trump. You talk about character attacks, it goes on and on. Also, members of this committee attack me repeatedly, over and over and over again, constantly. But they're offended when I say something back. And I think this needs to be called out, Mr. Chairman, because the hypocrisy is screaming and the American people watch it every single day. And I will not apologize for my words, and I will not change them. And I will not tolerate being treated this way constantly on this committee and in other committees. And I think that we need, if we're going to hold hearings like this and hold Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress, I think we should move forward and go ahead and do that. But the actual behavior that happens across the aisle in this committee of constant attacks on President Trump are unbelievable. And attacks on President Trump, the weaponized government against President Trump. I want you to know something. He may be sitting in a New York courtroom with a sham trial with a political judge whose daughter works for Democrats. But I'll tell you right now, President Trump is up 10 points in Georgia because the American people see this for exactly what it is. They know what it is. And it's completely wrong. And the fact that our American people's hard-earned tax dollars were spent on the January 6th committee with no accountability is wrong too. I think Democrats should be held accountable for that and the wrongs that they've committed, and the fact that Peter Navarro is in jail right now and Steve Bannon may have to go to jail soon. And Mr. Chairman, I would ask that we can go ahead and move forward as soon as possible to hold Merrick Garland in contempt of Congress. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. Does any other member seek recognition?
Mr.
Chair
Chairman,
recognizes Ms. Greene.
I'd like to know if any of the Democrats on this committee are employing Judge Merchan's daughter.
Please tell me what that has to do with Merrick Garland.
Is she a porn star?
Oh, Goldman. That's right. He's advising. Okay.
He's advising who? What? Do you know what we're here for? You know we're here about AG.
I don't think you know what you're here for.
Well, you the one talking about.
I think your fake eyelashes are messing up.
No, ain't nothing.
Hold on.
Listen.
Order.
Mr. Chairman,
That's beneath
would
even
you
your
please
screen.
regain
That's
order
beneath
of your
you.
committee.
Order.
Please.
There's a point of order.
We have a point of order. Mr. Lynch, state your point.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to ask the parliamentarian if your conduct here in raising money in connection with this hearing is referable to the Ethics Committee within this hearing. Is a motion in order to refer your conduct and your abuse of
It's not a point of order.
Mr. I do have a point of order, and I would like to move to take down Ms. Greene's words. That is absolutely unacceptable. How dare you attack the physical appearance of another person?
Are your feelings
Move
hurt?
her words down.
Aw.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Oh, really?
Don't even play.
Baby girl? I don't think
we are going to
so.
move, and we're going to take your words down.
I second that motion.
So who will have to pay? Okay. All right. We're suspending.
Absolutely.
The committee will reconvene. Ms. Greene has 4 minutes and 21 seconds. There's a motion. Ms. Greene, do you wish to strike your words?
I have 4 minutes and 21 seconds to speak.
I think we have to do the motion first, and then unless there's another motion, then you'll be recognized again. But I believe there's another motion coming. So, you agree to strike your words?
Yeah. I'll
Okay.
agree.
Ms. Greene agrees to strike her words.
I believe she
Chair
should apologize.
recognizes
No.
Mr.
She
Perry.
should apologize.
Okay, hold on. Then after Mr. Perry's going to be recognized, then Ms. Greene
I'm not
has 4 minutes and
apologizing.
21
Well,
seconds.
then
Okay,
you're
reserve
not
the right to
striking your
object.
words.
I am
Mr.
not
Perry.
apologizing.
Now let's go. Come on, guys.
Why don't you debate me?
Mr. Chairman.
Garland in contempt. I now recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, in this special nighttime episode, we resume the Madcap comedy mystery series called Comer's high crimes and misadventures, the hilarious quest to impeach a president who has done nothing wrong, an avowedly low-budget but multi-million-dollar taxpayer-funded production which most Americans assumed had ended 2 months ago and had completely forgotten about. But tonight, with the cast and crew now fresh back from a surprise
You mean
trip
like
to
the
New York
January
City,
6th committee?
Stop it.
I'd like my time restored to me, Mr. Chairman.
Order, order. Chair recognizes ranking member.
Okay.
Order. Order, order.
Well, tonight with the cast and crew fresh back from their surprise trip to New York City, it's clear the show must go on. Now, our originally scheduled performance was supposed to be at 11 a.m. today, but it was postponed when members of the majority chose to join a mass spiritual pilgrimage to the New York criminal trial of a Florida man, an adjudicated fraudster and rapist, as he faces 34 felony counts of falsifying corporate financial records to cover up $130,000 paid in hush money to a porn star sex partner. Now, although some people are churlishly complaining that members should actually be here to vote on public business and should not have forced a last-minute change in the committee schedule, our colleagues properly demonstrated for all of history their fierce devotion to this clearly reformed, devout, and pious Florida spiritual leader who many supporters are now calling the Messiah from Mar-a-Lago. Of course, in the meantime, Chairman Jordan in the House Judiciary
Will
Committee...
the gentleman yield?
Preempted... no, I'm in the middle
Sir,
of my
I appreciate
introduction.
that photo. It's a good photo.
Yeah.
I would like a copy of that.
Would you like a signed one, Raskin?
Yes,
Could you get your members in order, Mr. Chairman?
It's a great photo. I want a copy of it.
Order.
Mr. Chairman.
In the meantime, Chairman Jordan in the House Judiciary Committee preempted our GOP colleagues on oversight, rendering this entire exercise not only absurd, but completely meaningless and redundant. They have already held Attorney General Garland purportedly in contempt. Now, when we last met on this matter, you will recall that the majority still had not identified a single high crime or misdemeanor that the president had committed. The committee's impressive 3.8 million pages of documents and 80 hours of testimony from 20 witnesses produced nothing but overwhelming and definitive proof that President Biden had done nothing wrong. So desperate for a new storyline, Republicans have come up with this astonishing new plot twist. They now propose to hold the Attorney General of the United States in contempt for giving the committee the information it asked for. And it is information that has absolutely nothing to do with their failed impeachment investigation or any high crimes or misdemeanors. Now, true fans of the show will recall from prior episodes this plot device of punishing people for complying with committee orders. But this new episode of not taking yes for an answer sends us off into strange new worlds of absurdity where no congressional committee has truly ever gone before. The majority wanted to know what President Biden said in his voluntary interview with Special Counsel Hur. And maybe there was an impeachable diamond lurking in the rough. So the Justice Department complied with the request. It turned over the 250-page transcript of President Biden's 5-hour interview with the special counsel. We had a hearing on it in this committee. The special counsel came, and there was nothing impeachable there. If there had been, you would have taken up Mr. Moskowitz's offer, and you would have voted on impeachment after it happened. But you did it. Committee members and millions of Americans got to read the entire transcript and can read it right now if they like. We all can learn what the president was asked and see how he answered each and every question. But the chairman insists that's not enough. He and the rest of America are clearly able to read the interview, but he wants to be able to hear the interview. The book is not sufficient. He wants the audio book. And because of this gratuitous and comical request, the whole troop now seeks to hold the Attorney General of the United States of America in contempt. Anyone watching can grasp the fallacy cleverly tucked into this new special primetime episode. There is nothing relevant or material that our committee can learn from an audio tape, which we cannot learn from the 250 pages of the transcript. The format of the medium does not change the content of the communications. So, in this absurd twist, our friends now seek to blame the spectacular belly flop of their own impeachment probe on Attorney General Garland and his sneaky effort to obstruct the investigation by cooperating with it. We know what real obstruction looks like because the last president specialized in it. This president agreed to sit down for a voluntary 5-hour interview with the special counsel investigating him. Attorney General Garland turned over the complete 250-page transcript interview. That's not obstruction. Real obstruction was Trump and his administration refusing to provide information Congress requested in more than 100 different congressional investigations and inquiries. And I know that pleases the gentlelady from Georgia because he issued...
I just want to hear Joe Biden. Why can't the American people hear him?
Order, Mr. Chairman. Get her under control.
President Trump issued an edict. No, I am glad that the gentlelady from Georgia is learning something tonight. Okay, the president. I encourage her to be a good listener, and she's been a good listener. So, Mr. Chairman, the last president issued an edict directing all federal officials in his administration to categorically ignore and reject all congressional subpoenas. Do my colleagues remember that? Do they know that? He told them not to cooperate with any federal investigation at all by Congress. And we didn't hear a peep from any of them. That was real obstruction. Real obstruction happened when 2 members of this committee, who may be preparing to vote tonight to hold Attorney General Garland in contempt, brazenly refused to comply with subpoenas from the U.S. House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol, and still have not responded to those subpoenas. But now it seems, Mr. Chairman, I just got past something that the whole obstruction gimmick may just be a fundraising ploy, which demeans the overwhelming legal integrity and impressive theatrical ambitions of this enterprise. I was just handed a mass fundraising email solicitation for your campaign that you sent out this evening, Mr. Chairman, stating that, quote, Biden and his advisors are terrified that I will release the recordings, forcing the media and Democrats to answer for the dismal decline of Biden's mental state. This could be the final blow to Biden with swing voters across the country. The Democrats are pulling out all the stops to stop the bleeding. Signed, James Comer, Chairman, House Oversight Committee. Now, I must confess my disappointment to be handed this fundraising solicitation, signed by you as Chairman of the House Oversight Committee. I thought that you were serious about the legal enterprise here and not just another political huckster calling hearings to score cheap political points and to make a buck. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the full and complete 250-page transcript of the President's interview with Special Counsel Hur, which we have now had in our committee for more than 2 months.
Without objection, so ordered.
And I know that some people may think this is a big Broadway production now with everybody's trip to the Big Apple, but it is high time to close this unhinged series and get back to some semblance of the people's work. We have the interview transcript. We have the president's words. There's no basis for this outlandish contempt proceeding, which only further disgraces our committee along with judiciary. Accordingly, Mr. Chairman, and since your members seem to be in such a hurry to be done with this, I move to immediately adjourn these proceedings.
Seconded.
So in your opening statement, you moved to adjourn.
I'm moving to adjourn these proceedings.
Second.
Motion and second.
From Texas for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and the vigorous back and forth regarding Breonna Taylor. First of all, I do appreciate you being here and your answering of the questions. You know, I do want to make sure that before we go down this road, I clarify some things that were different in the Breonna Taylor case. Number one, the officers were considered to have botched what took place on that day because they fired blindly into a home, meaning that they initiated some sort of deadly force, and the only information that they had was allegedly that this was the place of some sort of drug activity. At that point in time, you ended up having her boyfriend who returned fire, believing that someone was breaking in. It is very different when you are returning fire versus initiating fire, and there was no need to do so. In addition to that, no-knock warrants and knock warrants are basically a couple of seconds of difference, if I'm going to be honest. But one of the things that I worked on in the state legislature was actually making sure that we could reform no-knock warrants because it is a risk not only to the people in the homes, especially in a state like Texas, where everyone is allowed to have a gun, but it's also a huge risk to law enforcement. So being able to do this effectively, this is dangerous work that law enforcement engage in every single day. And I do want to be clear that I am always sorry for the loss of life. I don't care about the race. I don't care about any of those things. And honestly, I believe in the criminal justice system. I believe that if someone is accused of something, they should have their day in court. So I do want to say that I take issue with anyone losing their life, period, even if it's somebody that's accused of a crime. And I believe that they should go through due process and have an opportunity. But in this particular set of circumstances, we know that if somebody shoots at me, in fact, some would argue that last week I had a colleague that decided she wanted to shoot at me, I'm going to shoot back. And that's what happened here. But what's more frustrating for me in this hearing, and what seems to be a pattern, is that we continue to attempt to litigate pending cases. We saw that we had one of the witnesses in the Trump trial. He came and testified before us last week, and then he went and testified this week in front of the judiciary. And then we know that this is still a pending case, and I do want to afford an opportunity for those that will be granted access to discovery, video, whatever video doesn't exist, as well as any statements, depositions, all those things. Some folk that have access to all the information, and ultimately, if this needs to go to court, having a jury that will make a decision based upon the facts and the evidence. So with that, I want to make sure that we move on to something else, which is the reality that, in fact, let me do this before I run out of time. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record 97% annual gun owner October 2023 report, which details these and other statistics pertaining to gun owners' views on common sense gun control policies, and I'm gonna go back up to what those views are. Thank you so much. 97%, a bipartisan group of gun owners and non-gun owners, which conducts research on gun safety policies, found that with regard to common sense gun policies, 86% of gun owners, well over the simple majority, support keeping guns out of the hands of violent criminals. 70% of gun owners said they wish we would enact some kind of gun reform. 66% of gun owners, for instance, think guns should be restricted on school grounds, and 67% think that they should be restricted in government buildings. And I will tell you that I fall into those categories because I am a licensed gun owner. Yet despite the majority of Americans and the majority of gun owners, Republicans last week passed a bill out of the House that eliminates states' ability to regulate firearms on private property, government buildings, playgrounds, and gun-free school zones. If that's not hypocrisy, I honestly don't know what it is, and it doesn't end there. As a party self-proclaiming itself as law enforcement's biggest advocate and supporter, Republicans on this very committee have introduced legislation to abolish the law enforcement agency entirely. Ms. Sampson, I have a few yes or no questions. I may only get to one. Yes or no, are you familiar with the role of ATF?
Yes.
And to your understanding, the ATF is in fact law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
Does ATF's duties include preventing incidents, investigating cases, and recommending prosecution for issues of violent crimes and weapons for gangs and career criminals?
Yes.
Narcotic traffickers?
Yes.
Domestic and international arms traffickers?
Yes.
Armed human traffickers?
Yes.
Terrorists?
Yes.
And with that, I will yield.
Yeah. Brian Malinowski was none of those. The gentlelady yields.
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 22, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-551, offered by Ms. Greene of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1287, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Greene, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment would basically say that no funds should be authorized to to be appropriated in this act or otherwise made available for the Department of Defense for fiscal year 2025 may be used for electric vehicles or electric vehicle charging infrastructure. My amendment would ensure that no funds are authorized in this year's NDAA to be used on electric vehicles or electric vehicle charging infrastructure. Electric vehicles made up about only 7.6% of U.S. car sales in 2023 and remain a very small percentage of all cars nationwide. And the reason why that is because they're not popular, they're not practical, and none of Americans' hard-earned tax dollars should be used for our military to be forced onto electric vehicles. Automakers continue to report millions of dollars in losses on electric vehicles. They have already begun scaling back pronounced investments in electric vehicles to production targets more in line with consumer demand, and remember, that's less than 10%. CNBC reports Ford Motor, General Motors, Mercedes-Benz, Volkswagen, Jaguar Land Rover, and Aston Martin are all scaling back or delaying their electric vehicle plans. On Earth Day in 2022, a day not traditionally associated with the grand national security pronouncements, Biden said, "We're going to start the process for every vehicle in the United States military. Every vehicle is going to be climate friendly. Every vehicle, I mean it. We're spending billions of dollars to do it." Energy sector Granholm said the Biden admin set a 2030 target to switch all non-tactical military vehicles to electric. That's quite the opposite of what my colleagues across the aisle are saying. Our military, our Department of Defense, is for the defense of the United States, and their mission goal is to protect our national security, not to play climate politics. It is absolutely ludicrous that as we continue to waste our precious military resources in Ukraine, Joe Biden wants the military to rely on China, which is on track to control a third of the world's lithium by 2025, and to provide the materials for electric vehicles. China currently produces over 80% of the world's batteries. We don't need Americans' military to be dependent on China's batteries. Forcing the military to adopt unreliable electric vehicles will endanger the lives of service members and weaken our ability to defend ourselves from attacks. It also will waste money on an already failing industry that Americans just do not want to take part of. My amendment will ensure this charade is no longer funded. Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. And for what purpose does the gentleman rise?
I rise to claim the time in opposition and yield myself 2 minutes.
Okay, the gentleman from Washington is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. This amendment would effectively ban electric vehicles and ban any effort to use them. Now, I will certainly agree that we are a long way off from having all electrical vehicles, but that's not what we're debating here. We're debating whether or not this should even be an option within the military. First of all, from a readiness standpoint, having options is always a positive thing. Energy is enormously important within the military. Having access to it can be difficult. And if you have electric vehicles as an option, that gives you one greater option so that you don't necessarily have to rely on fossil fuels to power a vehicle going forward. But more importantly, the basic debate over global warming, and that's what it is more than climate change, comes down to the belief that digging up fossil fuels from below the ground and burning them is bad for life. There's considerable evidence of this. It is placing carbon in the atmosphere that is damaging to the planet, and we need to develop alternatives so we are not 100% dependent upon fossil fuels. That's the basic plan here, to save the planet. Which is actually kind of important to all of us, certainly to members of the military and certainly to the defense of our country. So eliminating this as an option goes in the exact wrong direction. Now, the gentlelady is correct. It is an industry that is still struggling. The fossil fuel industry, the internal combustion engine, has a well over 150-year head start, has been very thoroughly subsidized across the board. But if you build more charging stations, if you build more electrical vehicles, it becomes more affordable and more viable. That's the entire point of this. This isn't going to happen tomorrow. We're not going to build all electric vehicles tomorrow. But why wouldn't we want that option to preserve our planet and move forward? An outright ban on electric vehicles within the military does not make sense. I urge members to oppose this amendment. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves, and the gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Examples of the electric vehicle funding in this bill text are Joint Base Andrews, microgrid with electric vehicle charging infrastructure for $17.92 million. Joint Base Andrews is only 10 miles outside of Washington, D.C., in Maryland. This is the very base that if there was an attack on our nation's capital, Joint Base Andrews would be responding. Are we going to have to sit around and wait for our military members at Joint Base Andrews to charge their electric vehicles to come into the nation's capital to defend us in case of an attack? I don't think the American people want to spend almost $18 million for that. Joint Base McGuire-Dix Lakehurst in North Carolina is another example of funding. Microgrid with electric vehicle charging infrastructure of $17.73 million. And another enormous waste of money. At a time, Madam Speaker, where military recruitment numbers are at an all-time embarrassing low, Americans do not want to spend money to play climate politics. If we're going to spend more money on our Department of Defense, on our NDAA, why don't we pay military recruits more money instead of paying for electric vehicles and electric vehicle charging stations? That is an embarrassment, and I think it's an insult to the American people who work very hard to pay their taxes. Another little fact that everyone needs to know is there's a problem with electric vehicle charging stations. They don't always work. As a matter of fact, a recent number that came out is 1 out of every 4 electric vehicle charging stations do not work. So this is an investment into a system that isn't reliable, isn't proven, and is a massive waste of the American people's money.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Ranking Member Smith. I have good news in that the NDAA does include a raise for our service members, which is long overdue, but we can multitask. And for all of the reasons that Ranking Member Smith said, it's important that we work to save our planet, because if we don't, it will have longer-term and short-term national security implications and implications for the readiness of our service members, which we heard in committee time and time again. But in addition to the climate benefits, EVs emit less noise and heat, so they're harder for our enemies to detect. They improve responsiveness and flexibility and decrease our reliance on fossil fuels so that should fuel supplies ever be compromised or slow, our armed forces will still be able to respond because they have more options available. And yet, Republicans want to play politics with climate, not the Democrats. We are working to address climate change. We are looking to respond to climate change and make sure that our military remains ready and does not continue to contribute to global warming itself. As written, though, this amendment doesn't just block the DoD's adoption of electronic vehicles. It prohibits maintenance of existing EVs and charging infrastructure, or the potential installation of infrastructure that's already been secured but are subject to a servicing contract. Why in the world would we tie the hands of our military to maintain what they already have? That's just dumb. I don't understand why we're doing it. We shouldn't do it. Previous NDAs have contained provisions that addressed reasonable concerns related to the DoD's adoption of EVs including ensuring grid stability, proper phasing of support infrastructure, and resiliency planning. That's not here in this amendment. And the notion that EVs contain Chinese component parts and therefore are more of a threat than traditional internal combustion engines is specious. That argument could be used for every battery found in every vehicle, every phone, every computer, and almost anything that has a battery the DoD uses. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Georgia expired. The gentleman from Washington.
Self the balance of our time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. The biggest issue here is we keep hearing about climate politics. It's not climate politics, it's climate policy. And I've reminisced about this before, but back in the 2008 campaign, Republican nominee John McCain and his vice presidential nominee, Sarah Palin, were in favor of addressing climate change. It was a bipartisan agreement. But then Barack Obama had the nerve to get elected president and pursue those policies, and all of a sudden it became partisan. All of a sudden we decided that the planet isn't in fact warming, isn't in fact a problem, so we're just not going to worry about it anymore. But that doesn't change the basic facts that it is warming, and fossil fuels are contributing to that, and developing alternatives is going to be crucial to our national security going forward. This isn't politics, this is basic policy, and the lengths to which people opposed to these basic facts will go never ceases to amaze me, like the argument that, oh my gosh, we can't have electric vehicles come to our aid because they'll be sitting there uncharged. Let me assure you that as basic readiness, they will be charged in the same way that the gas tanks are currently full. Okay? It is not impossible to have electric vehicles work and function for us. They're doing it all over the world. Please reject this amendment and understand the need to get us to a more sustainable energy future. Well, time's expired.
The question is on the amendment offered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment would say that none of the funds available in the NDAA may be used for assistance to Ukraine. I think this is an important amendment because I strongly support the NDAA. This is a great military funding bill that has many things involved that our military needs. It even contains a much needed pay raise for our troops, and that's something I greatly believe in right now while many of our military members are suffering under this inflation caused by the Biden administration. But I think it's extremely important for members of Congress to be able to vote separately for funding for foreign wars. And I do not believe that funding for Ukraine should be a part of the NDAA. The mission statement on the Department of Defense website says that its purpose and mission is two things: to deter war and to ensure our nation's security. Funding a war in Ukraine does not deter war, it funds it. Funding a war in Ukraine does not ensure our nation's security, actually puts us at risk at possible further military engagement with another nuclear-armed nation, and that is Russia. Americans do not support this, and neither does the majority of the majority here in Congress, which have voted against funding the war in Ukraine. To date, Congress has appropriated $174.2 billion in emergency supplemental funding. That's a lot of Americans' hard-earned tax dollars to go to support security for another country's border while our border is being invaded every single day. Not only is our border being invaded every single day by millions and millions of people from over 160 countries, it's also a war declared on our own country with human trafficking and drugs that is killing Americans every day, while 300 Americans on average are dying from fentanyl overdoses. I believe that should be our focus as United States Congress. It's also a war in Ukraine that is not defending democracy. Zelensky has canceled elections. He is now a dictator. Zelensky canceled free speech. Zelensky canceled freedom of religion, and Zelensky canceled free press. That's not defending democracy. That's actually attacking democracy. Americans do not support sending their hard-earned tax dollars to Ukraine. They support paying our military and funding our military, but not funding a war in a foreign country. Over half of Americans think the United States has already spent too much money in Ukraine, and over 60% of Republicans do not support sending additional money to Ukraine. Even 1 in 4 Democrats don't support it anymore, according to recent polling. But most importantly, the corruption in Ukraine is something that cannot be ignored. There's been report after report after report of money missing. The Pentagon cannot track over $1 billion. And there have been reports of much corruption, and that's involving our hard-earned tax dollars. At this time, I'd like to reserve, Mr. Speaker.
The gentlewoman reserves. Purpose does the gentleman from Alabama rise?
No, over here first.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to claim the time in opposition, and I yield 30 seconds to the chairman of the committee, gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers.
Chairman from Alabama is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. My colleague from Georgia will be pleased to learn that there is nothing in this year's NDAA that authorizes assistance to Ukraine. That money is provided through the supplemental appropriations bills. The problem with this amendment is it would cut off funds to maintain the deployment of Marines to secure our embassy in Kyiv. It would also cut off the DoD's ability to conduct and use monitoring of weapon systems the U.S. already has provided to Ukraine. We don't want them to fall into bad hands. We need to ensure those weapons stay in our hands. I urge members to oppose this amendment.
Third gentleman from Washington is recognized. Washington reserves.
She reserved, correct.
Washington reserves. Gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Georgia reserved. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 45 seconds to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan.
Gentlewoman for Virginia is recognized for 45 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last week, we saw that the Allied effort to repeal the Russian invasion of Ukraine is an extension of the battle for freedom in Europe that unfolded on the beaches of Normandy 80 years ago. And this was really crystallized when an American World War II veteran, Melvin Hurwitz, embraced President Zelensky and said, "You're the savior of the people. You bring tears to my eyes. You're our hero." And as Speaker Johnson himself has said, just like Hitler continued marching when he was not repelled, Vladimir Putin will continue to march through Europe if not repelled. That's one thing the Speaker and I agree on. And any efforts to undermine our support of our allies in Ukraine should be opposed.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to the bill text in the NDAA, the Defense Security Cooperation Agency, the DSCA, is the account in the NDAA that funds Ukraine. The Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, USAI, which annually appropriates $300 million in Ukraine, would receive the standard $300 million authorization again this year. So the funding is in there. That USAI funding is part of the DSCA line item. DSCA is receiving $2.389 billion in this NDAA, of which the $300 million for Ukraine is a part. So the money's definitely in there. It has not been taken out. I would like to also inform Congress and the American people that a Ukrainian group called Texty recently published a list of Ukrainian enemies that includes almost 400 Americans, including Republican lawmakers, I'm on that list, conservative influencers and media groups, and anti-war activists. The group receives money from the U.S. State Department through a program called Tech Camp. While that's not part of the NDAA, our money is going to fund NGOs in Ukraine that have declared U.S. lawmakers and Americans enemies. That's extremely dangerous. None of our hard-earned tax dollars should go to funding any sort of group that thinks that we are the enemies while we're funding them. We also have no idea how many Ukrainians have been killed in this war. We've asked for that number and have
Gentlewoman's
not heard
time
it.
has expired.
I urge Congress to pass my amendment.
Gentleman from Washington, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Carolina, member of the House Armed Services Committee, Mr. Wilson.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Mr. Speaker, continuing to support the courageous people of Ukraine is not only the morally right thing to do, but it's also best for the American families. War criminal Putin's invasion is a prelude to a conflict which is death to Ukraine, death to Israel, and death to America. We are in a conflict we didn't choose, with dictators of rule of gun and opposing democracies with rule of law. The war began with war criminal Putin invading Ukraine on February 24, 2022, and Iranian puppets invading Israel on October 7, 2023. We should always remember, and I was grateful to be at Normandy last week, that it was President Ronald Reagan in 1984 who stated, quote, isolationism was and never will be an acceptable response to tyrannical governments with an expansionist intent. And with that, we know that Putin has claimed that he wants to restore the Soviet Union. He already has invaded Georgia. He's invaded Moldova. He has Russian troops in Armenia. He's threatened Estonia and Poland. We know that he will not stop. We must be successful in
Gentleman's
Ukraine.
time has expired.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I inquire as to how much time we have left?
Gentleman has 2 3/4 time left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise with the strongest possible opposition to this amendment prohibiting assistance to Ukraine. This represents the most extreme and short-sighted position of some of the members of the House of Representatives, particularly Republicans, with respect to global security. Too many have tried to stop or strip funding from Ukraine whenever they literally have the chance to, and here is yet another example. This amendment, like others that were considered and failed last year and this year, is misguided and against the will of the American people, and thus against the will of the legislative body. Indeed, in April, we overwhelmingly voted to support Ukraine, 311 to 112 to 1, not even close, which further proves the very unseriousness and waste of time of this amendment. What some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle fail to recognize and to appreciate is that not only does the American public support Ukraine, but that supporting Ukraine actually indeed helps the American public by avoiding further instability in Europe, just miles from NATO. It indeed deters war. This amendment would irreversibly hurt our posture on the world stage.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm now pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill.
Gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member Smith. Mr. Speaker, many of my colleagues across the aisle are not content with delaying necessary aid to Ukraine for months at the cost of countless innocent lives, but are once again playing right into Putin's hands and attempting to block all American assistance to Ukraine. The rest of the world, literally all of our allies, understand that a Ukrainian victory is necessary to prevent further Russian aggression, deter an invasion of Taiwan, and preserve the global democratic order. Republican national security leaders, including the chairs of the Armed Services, Intelligence, and Defense Appropriations Committees, understand that this funding is critical to our own defense industrial base. But instead of working to strengthen our national security, we're once again having an argument that my colleague across the aisle has lost over and over and over again. My colleague is comfortable handing over Ukraine and the rest of Europe to Putin. The rest of this House, the rest of Congress, and the rest of the world reject it. Enough. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself the balance of our time just to say we need to support Ukraine. Ukraine was brutally invaded by Putin. The only way to make this war stop is to make Ukraine strong enough so that Putin realizes he cannot succeed. Please defeat this amendment and continue to support Ukraine. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields.
It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 19, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Ms. Greene of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Greene, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment would ensure that no additional funding is appropriated for Ukraine through the State Department. To date, Congress has appropriated $174.2 billion in emergency supplemental funding. Of this amount, about $58 billion, which is 33%, has been provided through the Department of State and USAID. And there is virtually no oversight to tell the American people how much of their money is going where. We know the money goes to humanitarian and economic assistance and other non-military assistance, but there is much fraud and abuse suspected and widely reported. The Economic Support Fund for Ukraine's government goes toward providing food, energy, and healthcare services for the people of Ukraine. It is also used to counter Russian disinformation and supporting small and medium-sized agro-businesses and natural gas purchases by Ukraine. According to some reports, Ukraine has actually been purchasing Russian natural gas from third parties during the war. It seems counterintuitive for the U.S. to sanction Russian oil and then send taxpayer dollars to Ukraine, only for them to turn around and use the money to buy Russian oil. USAID provides direct budget support to the Ukrainian government through 3 trust funds: the Multi-Donor Trust Fund, the Single Donor Trust Fund, and public expenditures for administrative capacity endurance. This budget support funds the salaries of healthcare workers, first responders, school employees, and assistance for pensioners and internally displaced persons in Ukraine. While our southern border is being invaded daily, Joe Biden cares more about protecting the borders of Ukraine than the country he swore to protect. About half of Americans think the U.S. is spending too much money helping Ukraine, according to the most recent AP poll. According to the recent CBS poll, over 60% of Republicans do not support additional aid to Ukraine, and even 1 in 4 Democrats don't support it anymore. After all, the American people are over $34.5 trillion in debt. But Joe Biden doesn't care about what Americans on either side of the political spectrum think. Joe Biden and his family have profited so much off of Ukraine's corruption that he must think it's only fair to return the favor. It is truly disturbing to watch American taxpayer dollars go down the drain, or actually, should we say, in foreigners' pockets for foreign purposes that are not our own. But President Biden is beholden to a foreign government. My amendment will ensure that no American taxpayer money is sent to continue an endless failed war in that corrupt country, which is murdering an unknown amount of Ukrainian men. And I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment, and I reserve the remainder of my time. I reserve my time, Mr. Speaker.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. Russia's brutal and unprovoked attack on Ukraine is not just a threat to Ukraine and its neighbors, but to the world. If Russia succeeds in its aggression, other unprovoked attacks are inevitable. Ukraine's democracy is being undermined every single day. Entire cities have been demolished, women and girls are being sexually abused by Russian soldiers, and children kidnapped. Hospitals and schools, which should be safe havens, are being intentionally attacked. Thousands of innocent children and their families have been brutally murdered. Millions of Ukrainians have been forced to flee their country. Now, as I said earlier, I have visited Ukraine, and I immediately recognized the love of the Ukrainian people for their country and their democracy. Since the war broke out, I've met with Ukrainians in Poland to hear firsthand the dire situation that they face amidst Russian aggression. I've talked with civil society organizations funded by the United States who, facing danger and violence, are supporting refugees, vulnerable people, women, and children. I was deeply moved by their stories and their commitment. Colleagues, we must continue to ensure that Ukraine has the funding and support it needs to defend itself, and that vulnerable people continue to receive life-saving assistance. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from California reserves. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have remaining?
The gentlewoman has 1 minute and 1/2 remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hearing my colleague across the aisle talking about the rape and murder of women, I'd like to remind everyone that American women and children are being raped and murdered by illegal alien monsters that the Biden administration is allowing into the country, releasing into our country, paying for them to be travel through buses, planes, to all 50 states. And if this United States House of Representatives should care about any women and girls and children being raped and murdered, it should be American women, girls, and children. But this body cares most about Ukraine. I would like to remind everyone that just recently a Ukrainian group called Texty published a list of Ukrainian enemies that includes almost 400 Americans, including Republican U.S. lawmakers, conservative influencers, and media groups and anti-war activists. This group receives money from the U.S. State Department through a program called Tech Camp. So the State Department is funding a group called Texty that has published basically a kill list, and that involves Americans and lawmakers and conservative influencers and media groups. Unbelievable that American taxpayers would be used for this. This is outrageous, Mr. Speaker. I asked my colleagues, I asked the House to vote in favor of my amendment, and I yield. Thank you.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, support for Ukraine is in the interest of the United States. Also, we have to deplore women being raped and children being kidnapped anywhere in the world, including in Ukraine. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask for the recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed.
And a member opposed. Each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment uses the Holman Rule to slash Secretary Lloyd Austin's salary to no more than $1. Lloyd Austin has failed in his role as Secretary of Defense and has jeopardized the national security of the United States. He botched the American withdrawal from Afghanistan, which resulted in the deaths of 13 American soldiers, along with the abandonment of American civilians and military equipment. This remains today as a large stain on our nation and a wound in every veteran that served in Afghanistan's hearts. He is in large part responsible for handing over control of Afghanistan to the Islamic extremists, the Taliban. During Secretary Austin's tenure, military recruitment has reached historic lows. Instead of recruiting new soldiers, Secretary Austin has focused his efforts on purging the military through oppressive vaccine mandates and so-called extremism stand-downs. More than 8,000 troops were kicked out of the military for refusing the vaccine. Thousands more sought religious and medical exemptions, many of which were still pending when the DoD rescinded the mandate. For too long, our soldiers have been punished because the current administration is hell-bent on forcing them to take a dangerous vaccine and submit to this practice. We also don't know how many of our military members have been harmed by these vaccine mandates, and we know they have been harmed. While the United States is being ravaged by an invasion at our southern border, Lloyd Austin prefers to continue to write blank checks for Ukraine. Lloyd Austin's open-ended support of Ukraine has depleted our defense capabilities and pushed the United States even closer to World War III. Secretary Austin has betrayed the American people and lost the public's trust. The American people should no longer have to reward his failures by paying his salary. Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I rise to lay claim to the time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman from California claims time in opposition. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, gentlemen. The Secretary of Defense serves at the pleasure of the President of the United States. He implements the President's policies. We have many ways of addressing our serious differences with the Department and this administration. We've done so on multiple occasions, and we have done so within this bill. I oppose this amendment and reserve the balance of my time, and I believe to yield to the gentlelady. Before I reserve, I'm going to yield
The
to
gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
I thank the chairman of the full committee, and I'm very disappointed by these types of amendments that have been offered today to call Secretary Austin, who's dedicated his life into service to the United States for over 41 years in the Army, and he rose to the rank of 4-star general. I could go on with his accomplishments, but this is a man who's a patriot for our country, certainly someone who has not betrayed the American people. And I thank the chairman for the time, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would argue that the families of the 13 American soldiers who were killed in the failure, the withdrawal in Afghanistan, do not agree with her statement, my colleague across the aisle. This nation is too important. Our national security is too important, and our military members are too important to be under the direction and the leadership of Lloyd Austin, who failed our entire military, failed our country in Afghanistan. Also, our country deserves defense, and our country and our states are left defenseless when the DOD's main focus is securing borders in foreign countries, specifically Ukraine. It moved me to anger when I heard Lloyd Austin directly tell me that our cousins, our uncles, and our sons could be sent to fight on the ground in Ukraine one day. And I think that's appalling. When 300 Americans are being killed by fentanyl every single day, when Americans, young women are being raped and murdered by illegal aliens, and this is becoming something so frequent in the news that it's shocking and appalling, this is absolutely not what the DOD is supposed to be for. The DOD should be defending America and defending our national security. I think that Lloyd Austin, and I think many Americans would agree, that the Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin's salary should be reduced to $1, because that is the exact job performance that he's given to America and our national security. Also, it is absolutely embarrassing that young people today do not want to serve in our military. Having the lowest recruitment numbers in probably history is appalling. It's embarrassing. And I urge my colleagues, I urge this House to pass my amendment. I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. All time for debate having expired, the question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask for the recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Georgia will be postponed.
Between two sides to get to the details on this, because this is poignant, very poignant. I now recognize Ms. Greene for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Paris, I'd like to carry the dialogue on about the specific timeline. I have a timeline that was given to us on the Oversight Committee yesterday when we questioned former Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle, as she has resigned today. But the timeline that I'd like to talk to you about is exactly what you were just discussing here. 18 minutes before President Trump took the stage, it was at 5:45 that the Butler County Emergency Services noticed Thomas Crooks on the roof, took a picture, and reported it. You stated just a few minutes before in your testimony that police or PSP were given a phone number to the Secret Service, and that Butler County Emergency Services texted or sent the picture. Was that a text? Was that a digital platform? Was it an email? How did they send the picture?
So just to be clear, at that period of time, at 1845, I don't believe
The testimony was
5:45 p.m.
5:45 p.m. Yes, ma'am. I don't. He was not up on the roof at that point. Is my
No. Emergency services noticed Thomas Crooks on the roof. This is the timeline that we have. Took a picture and reported it. Who did they send that picture to?
Just to be clear, they were posted in the AGR building and took a picture of him. That's what you're.
Yes. Who did they send the picture to?
So I only know from interviews what I can confirm to my knowledge and belief here today that a member of Pennsylvania State Police inside of the command post received that information telephonically and by text, relayed it to the Secret Service, and then was given a number to follow up on. And that was based, again, heightened suspicion.
How did they relay it to Secret Service?
I believe that they verbally turned and said in the command post, this is information that I just received. And then in follow-up to that, as directed from the interview that I was briefed on, that was forwarded by text as requested by the Secret Service.
Can you give us copies of that communication and that phone number that was given to them for Secret Service?
So that's part of the ongoing investigation, and I would defer to the legality of.
Can you find that information and provide it to our committee?
I will look to see if legally I will consult Chief Counsel within the State Police, but it is an ongoing criminal investigation at this point.
So after it was reported, President Trump took the stage at 6:03 p.m. All of this took place. This was 18 minutes before President Trump actually took the stage at 6:03 p.m. President Trump was shot in the face at 6:11 p.m. This has all been reported, these timelines. Why do you not have a timeline?
Because it's not the timeline is going to be critical for the after-action report. Obviously, we're conducting an investigation with the FBI. We have been deferential to the FBI in terms of what has been released to the media. I was present for one press briefing on the night of Saturday night, July 13th, and we've been deferential to the FBI on that. So I would refer you to the FBI. The timelines that you're quoting, I just want to be clear on the record. To my knowledge and belief, I don't have a minute-by-minute timeline. I've had multiple briefings about what these interviews have gleaned, but they're from the perspective of PSP investigating the homicide and the 2 attempted homicides.
Thank you, Colonel. During the event, at what point in the day was someone from your team first made aware that there was a potential suspicious person or possible threat?
So based on my knowledge and belief, that information relayed to the command post from Butler ESU, in terms of Crooks, was the first time that I'm aware of. Again, keeping in mind, I've heard estimates that there were 13,000 people there. There were multiple people identified as suspicious, several that were identified in that area.
Yes, thank you. Now, you stated before in your questions that you haven't seen an operation plan, but didn't your team participate, and why haven't you seen the plan?
So as my answer prior on the record, I've asked for it. The State Police has asked for it. We have yet to receive it. And my understanding is that our walkthrough with our commanders and our area commander was to delineate what our responsibilities were, and we endeavored to fulfill those responsibilities.
Who was the Secret Service agent in charge of the advance team?
I don't know the name of the agent.
How was PSP supposed to communicate with Secret Service on the advance team?
You mean in the planning leading up to it? So my understanding is, as is typical, we're notified. We were notified by email on July 5th. The meeting on July 8th, Monday, was to get all of those partners together to exchange information, how they could communicate with one another, and then the planning took place from there.
Could you provide our committee a copy of all those communications, Colonel Pierce?
So I will check with our legal counsel. I mean, Pennsylvania has multiple state statutes that cover investigative plans or law enforcement sensitive information.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, one more thing, if I may. Trump's Secret Service protection could be removed under Benny Thompson's proposed legislation. This legislation was introduced while the politically weaponized government was prosecuting former President Donald Trump. This would leave him at risk. I'd also like to state for the record for this committee that over 140 inmates are murdered in prison every single year. This is a dangerous place, prison is, and of course, 8% of violence in prison leads to murder of inmates. This legislation is reckless, and the minority ranking member needs to withdraw this legislation that would lead to the murder of President Trump.
Gentlelady's time has expired. I now recognize. Well, we're not going to debate.
You think that statement should be made when the ranking member is here so he can at least address it? Thank you.
He made his point earlier about his bill. There's a difference of opinion, I suppose. But we're just, y'all are out. Okay. I now recognize Mr. LaLota for 5 minutes question.
Thank you, Chairman. 10 days ago.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman.
10 days ago, a 20-year-old with no military or law enforcement training, with no.
As is the gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Taylor Greene.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to the Oversight Committee, where we focused on waste, fraud, and abuse, not the campaign trail. This hearing is called A Legacy of Incompetence, Consequences of the Biden-Harris Administration's Policy Failures. Policies that do not deliver results for the American people, who are the taxpayers, are complete failures. Spending money and allocating money is not a policy of success. It's the outcome of the money that has been spent based on the policy. So I'd like to talk through this one that I find absolutely shocking, especially given that my district is a rural district in Georgia. This is in 2021. President Biden taps Kamala Harris to lead effort to close digital divide. The White House released their remarks by President Biden, an address to a joint session of Congress. And in the process, it will create thousands and thousands of good-paying jobs. It creates jobs connecting every American with high-speed internet, including 35% of the rural America that still doesn't have it. This is going to help our kids and our businesses succeed in the 21st century economy. And I'm asking the Vice President to lead this effort, if she would. Vice President replied, "Of course." The President said, "Because I know it will get done." Now, fast forward to 2024. Here's the headlines. Why has Joe Biden's $42 billion broadband program not connected one single household? Maybe it's because, this is also in the headlines, that Harris announces plans to help 80% of Africa gain access to the internet, up from 40% now. Talk about a policy failure. Talk about not delivering results to the American people. Spending $42 billion, yet not having one household connected to the internet. Mr. Carr, is that actually true? Not one home got internet?
That's correct. In Georgia alone, there's about 257,000 homes and businesses that lack internet today. So that's potentially millions of people that were supposed to be connected through this program. $42 billion was enough money to actually end the digital divide in this country with competent implementation. Unfortunately, we have not cleared that hurdle. We have stories out right now that describe the implementation as chaotic, dysfunction, delays, no guidance, finger-pointing, messy, delayed rollout. That's just not getting the job done.
That's right, Mr. Carr, and many of those homes and businesses are actually in my district, and they're outraged. You know, we're over $35 trillion in debt. Biden-Harris administration has been in charge for nearly 4 years, but not one home and business has gotten internet. It's outrageous. This is so concerning to me. How can the woman, Kamala Harris, that is telling the country right now she wants to be president of the United States, actually ask for this job if she has not been able to deliver what the president assigned her to do, which was to take that $42 billion and provide internet to the American people? I find that hard to believe because I own a construction company, and when we get hired to do a job, guess what? We deliver it. Let me ask you a question. Under the Trump administration, in 2020, the FCC awarded Starlink $885 million to serve 642,925 homes and businesses that lacked internet. What happened to that program?
Well, last year, after President Biden went to the White House podium and said that Elon Musk is worth being looked into, the FCC abruptly reversed course and yanked back that award. And now in other programs, the ones that are actually connecting people under this administration, we're spending dollars on the penalties. Senator Cruz recently had a report showing that in some cases we're spending $100,000 per home for broadband, when with that Starlink deal, it was $1,300. I don't think there's any way to explain the FCC's decision other than to go back to Joe Biden giving the green light to agencies to go after them.
So what has happened in the process of $42 billion being allocated for Americans to get internet? Why has that not been able, why can't Kamala Harris deliver those results?
Look, after 1,039 days and no Americans being connected, what they've been doing so far is advancing a wish list of progressive policy goals. They've been pushing for DEI requirements, climate change agenda, preferences for government-run networks, rather than just focusing on getting people connected.
You know, thank you very much, Mr. Carr. That's exactly what the American people are so fed up with, is so-called policies that actually never deliver results for the American people. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5729. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5729, offered by Mr. Pfluger, to prohibit the use of federal funds to establish a Homeland Intelligence experts group and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and it's considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize Mr. Pfluger for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of the substitute. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of the substitute.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5729, offered by Mr. Pfluger.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute should be considered base text for the purpose of the further amendment. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this bill that would prohibit the use of federal funds to establish a Homeland Intelligence experts group, or any similar group for that matter. In September of last year, DHS established a Homeland Intelligence expert group. This group was allegedly made up of members to advise the Office of Intelligence and Analysis and assist with decision-making and provide outside perspectives on intelligence and counterterrorism. Two of the so-called experts in this group are John Brennan and James Clapper, who both signed a discredited public statement on October 19, 2020, that incorrectly implied reports of Hunter Biden's political influence peddling were the product of Russian disinformation. The statement was used by multiple media organizations and social media companies to downplay and suppress reports before the 2020 presidential election. Further troubling is the fact that the experts group also included a former Justice Department official, Tashina Gahar, who was extensively involved in the FBI's probe into baseless allegations that President Trump colluded with Russia in the 2016 election. For a group that is supposed to be objective and nonpartisan, DHS stacked this group with individuals who have abused their credentials and prior roles within the federal government to seemingly advance partisan or personal agendas. On May 2nd, DHS agreed that the Homeland Security Intelligence Group's expert group would be wound down following litigation that raised serious concerns that members of the group did not demonstrate objectivity. While this was a step in the right direction, DHS later formed a seemingly rebranded Homeland Intelligence Advisory Board to build upon, quote, build upon the experts group. On June 25th, 2024, Republican members of the committee sent a letter to Secretary Mayorkas requesting documents and information regarding this advisory board. And other than a boilerplate letter response, these requests remain to this day outstanding. It's unsurprising that we've been stonewalled by DHS and our requests have gone unanswered, but this is a consistent theme. My common sense legislation simply prohibits the creation of the group or the formation of any group, program, initiative, or any other similar effort that's equivalent to the group within DHS, no matter the administration, that could be used to potentially support political agendas or messaging while being guised as an expert or advisory group. And I'd also add that the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence has included a similar provision in the Intelligence Authorization Act that prohibits federal funds from being obligated or expended to support the expert group or any successor group as well. That similar provision was passed out of the committee. It's imperative that DHS works to address the catastrophic border crisis in which over 10 million immigrants have crossed the border illegally, including almost 400 known or suspected terrorists, or INA's shortcomings to live up to the original purpose that DHS was supposed to have for them. You know, as we sit through these briefs, these threat briefs together, and we hear information, and we go into a SCIF, And as a user of intelligence for over 25 years, who struck targets in enemy territory, it is critical that we get nonpartisan, unbiased, non-politicized, factual intelligence. There is no place in any administration for the politicization of intelligence. The American public is putting their trust in us to go into that skiff and perform the correct duties to analyze the intelligence that we get. This is common sense, and it's actually, our country depends on it. The safety, the security of our country and every single citizen depends on doing just that. We have to stop any sort of effort to politicize. And if we all believe in that, this is going to be an easy bill to support. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Goldman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with my colleague from Texas. There needs to be nonpartisan, apolitical intelligence and expertise that informs all of our executive branch agencies. That's a big part of the reason why Schedule F of Project 2025 is so dangerous, because it would literally remove all nonpartisan experts from the federal government and allow for anyone implementing it to install political lackeys with political viewpoints. The problem with this bill is several-fold. First of all, this group does not exist anymore. So then the question is, why does this bill prohibit it? And that gets to the next point, which it clearly is not intended to prohibit this specific intelligent experts group. It is the grossly generalized language of any similar effort that this bill would also preclude. And I at least appreciate that my colleague from Texas was open about the reason why he is putting forward a bill that would make it more difficult for the Department of Homeland Security to gather expert advice in order to do their jobs. And we've had a lot of testimony in this committee, including from some of these outside groups who work with CISA to ensure that our elections are secure, that the DHS relies very heavily on outside experts. So you want to get to the rub of this, which is that you don't like the letter that 51 former intelligence officials signed in October of 2020, which you misquoted. It did not say that the Hunter Biden laptop or the release of the information about it was Russian disinformation. It said that based on all of their expertise, it had the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. And there are lots of very good reasons for that, that I know you choose to ignore. Let's just dig into it for a minute, because who was the source of, it wasn't a laptop, it was actually a hard drive. Who was the source of the hard drive? The source of the hard drive was Rudy Giuliani. And now we know, after there's been declassified information, that Rudy Giuliani was cavorting with known Russian intelligence agents for over a year leading up to that October surprise. So the notion that an intelligence expert, such as the former director of the CIA or the former director of the Office of National Intelligence, would view a selective release by someone cavorting with Russian assets, Russian intelligence agents, to be a hallmark of Russian intelligence is accurate. It's 100% accurate. You just don't like what it said, and you don't like that neutral, objective intelligence officials would read the cavorting and association of Rudy Giuliani with Russian intelligence agents to be an obvious and objective concern about Russian interference in our election, just like they, of course, did in 2016. And so let's go back to this. The other woman, I'm not familiar with her, but you said something about the Russian investigation.
Will the gentleman
are you,
yield? 10 seconds.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, it's nice that we can have fun. I mean, I do. It is good to have.
Do you have a yielding for a question, or what's your?
But if I wanted to ask you about the definition of "is," as we go back to the hallmarks of Russian disinformation.
All right, I'll reclaim my time. So,
the gentleman reclaims.
The interesting thing is that the entire intelligence community has definitively assessed that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. Are you now saying, Mr. Pfluger, that anyone who has ever signed on to an intelligence determination or assessment that says that Russia interfered in the 2016 election cannot provide any information or expertise to anyone in the federal government because they show signs of political bias? And I'm happy to yield to you to answer that question.
Yeah, thank you. And I know that this is a personal issue for you here.
No, it's not personal to me.
Previous,
it's personal to
if
the
you're
United
reclaiming,
States.
if you're reclaiming, reclaim.
No, go ahead.
With previous dealings with this issue. But I think you're also in agreement that we shouldn't have politicized intelligence. I just heard you say that for a couple of minutes.
I am.
So
I'll reclaim my time. The problem is you are parroting misinformation and incorrect information to impugn very dignified and respected former members of the intelligence community who have given their careers to this country to protect our country with intelligence, that they carry a tremendous amount of expertise.
So the gentleman's time has expired, and I'm comfortable if someone else wants to yield to him, but as I said at the beginning of the committee today, I'm going to stick to the 5-minute rule because it's a long 21 bill or 20 bill day. So does anyone else wish to comment on the bill? Mr. Carter, you're recognized.
I yield my time, Mr. Coleman.
Mr. Golden, you're recognized.
Oh, thank you. I'll finish up briefly because it's pretty remarkable that this bill is being put forward to prohibit any funding for any outside expertise from former intelligence officials or anyone with expertise to the Department of Homeland Security, which we all know that the department relies heavily upon because of your subjective viewpoint that an assessment that something carries the hallmarks of a Russian intelligence operation is somehow a politicized viewpoint and therefore undermines the credibility of anyone who had signed that letter to be able to give nonpartisan or apolitical intelligence. You are hamstringing the department from trying to receive expert information from those who are public servants and who are experts. And you're basing it on your own political views, not their political views, because you don't like things that they may have said based on their objective experience. And so I just want to note for the record, and I hope this does go into the legislative history, that because this term, similar effort, is so overly vague as to be undefined, that this bill shall not apply to anything other than the Homeland Intelligence Experts Group, and that whatever successor or future group that the Department of Homeland Security would like to convene in order for them to do their jobs better is permitted and should be funded by the Department of Homeland Security, because this is unconstitutionally vague otherwise. And so I want the legislative record to note that this must be interpreted as solely affecting the Homeland Intelligence Experts Group. And I yield back to Mr. Carter. Thank you.
Gentleman yields, Mr. Carter.
I yield.
Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman.
Does anyone else wish to?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Greene, you're recognized.
Yes, I'd like to enter for the record 2 letters that the committee sent to Secretary Mayorkas about this issue. So I'd like to enter both of these into the record.
So ordered.
Also, I'd like to remind everyone that the Russia hoax started with Christopher Steele writing a dossier. No, I do not yield time to you. Writing a dossier.
You know you're wrong, though.
Writing
Say this over and over.
Mr. Goldman, you do not have the floor.
Written by Christopher Steele, paid for by Hillary Clinton's campaign and others. This was purely politics to smear Donald Trump in the 2016 election. It was a complete and total lie, propagated by Democrats and the media. Smeared President Trump, leading to the Russia hoax, leading to this lie, and the American people know it. Here's the real issue. People like James Clapper and John Brennan, they should not have their security clearances. They should be revoked and taken away because they no longer work for the government. They go on television and lie about things like the Hunter Biden laptop. They go on television and talk about a letter they've signed with other intelligence community experts lying about the Hunter Biden laptop in order to make the American people believe something that isn't true. They use their title as intelligence community experts, and they use that heavy weight of that title to tell lies to the American people to persuade people during a presidential election. You want to know where the contents of that laptop came from? Came directly from Hunter Biden, because that was his laptop. And all of the information on that laptop belonged to Hunter Biden. The liars were the 51 intelligence community experts, so-called experts, that signed their name to a lie in order to persuade the American people of such a lie. That's why those people honestly should not have their security clearances anymore. They shouldn't. And perhaps that's a bill we should consider, Mr. Chairman. I support this bill, and I yield to my friend, Mr. Pfluger.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you to my
Mr.
colleague.
Pfluger.
And just as a point, that laptop has now been entered as evidence as a federal crime by the Justice Department. So let's just get the facts on the table here.
Will you yield?
No, I won't. But and I think it's also a point, Mr. Chairman, to direct our comments to the chair as a matter of our decorum here in the committee room. But this is important. This is important that we get to the heart of the matter. And every American deserves to hear the truth, the facts. And when we have politicized people who, for the purpose and using their security clearances to politically motivate, suppress, or censor information, then there's questions. And that's what this bill addresses. It addresses that very thing. It gets to the heart of our homeland security. There's no room for politicization of intel, period. And that's all it is. It sounds like that you support that. So I look forward to seeing you vote in favor of this. I'll yield back to my friend from Georgia.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentlelady yields. I recognize Mr. I did hear a female voice. Mr. Ramirez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleague in front of me started with saying we should not be politicizing our time here. But as I'm hearing debate on this particular bill, it is all about politics. I strongly oppose H.R. 5729 because it is a MAGA political stunt that folks would have long-lasting damaging effects on Homeland Security. The bill's language belies what its actual purpose is. You see, the bill, it says that it would defund Homeland Intelligence Experts Group, but as my colleague to my right here said, it no longer exists. But this bill does go far beyond just that. It actually prohibits any federal funding for the establishment of an equivalent group, any program initiative, or any similar effort. And it goes as far as attempting to tie future Congress's hands by prohibiting the authorization of any activities at DHS that are equivalent to activities of the experts group. But see, looking at the legislation, nowhere in the legislation is equivalent group or similar effort defined, nowhere. So this vague, overbroad legislation would prohibit DHS from soliciting and receiving diverse perspectives on Homeland Security intelligence from outside intelligence groups, from civil rights and liberty organizations, from local law enforcement agencies, from state and local governments, from private industry. I can go on. In fact, HR 5729 would prevent the very people and the organizations that DHS aims to protect from weighing in on DHS intelligence activities. Mr. Chairman, I don't know about you, but I want DHS to have the ability to actually engage with people and organizations outside the federal government without regard to politics, so that the people and the organizations DHS serves can actually have a voice on what DHS is doing. This bill, it's the opposite. For that reason, I oppose HR 5729, and I give the remaining of my time, I yield it back to Mr. Goldman.
Thank you very much, and fully agree with everything you just said. I'm just going to take a quick opportunity to clarify some blatantly false statements from my colleagues, which not only were once again reiterated in this committee room, but have been pervasive and persistent for many years now. First of all, let's talk about evidence, which my colleague from Texas brought up. That is correct. The laptop belonging to Hunter Biden was admitted into evidence in a trial. That is a different piece of technology than the one that was provided to the New York Post. And if you don't believe me, you can ask the former New York Post writer who testified before the weaponization subcommittee, who acknowledged that she received a hard drive, not the laptop, a hard drive from Rudy Giuliani. And it doesn't take a computer expert to understand that hard drives can be manipulated. So if your point is to say that because the Hunter Biden laptop was introduced into evidence in a trial, that therefore whatever Rudy Giuliani had was legitimate, you're sorely mistaken and completely wrong. I also would just like to briefly address one thing, because it's impossible to address everything that my colleague from Georgia said. The Russia investigation very clearly started from a tip from an Australian diplomat to the FBI about a conversation that he had with someone who was involved in Donald Trump's campaign. You like to lump in the Christopher Steele dossier as if that had anything to do with the origination of the actual Russia election interference investigation. It did not. It did have to do with subsequent FISA warrants, and that has been the subject of an intelligence committee, but that had absolutely nothing to do with the investigation that led Special Counsel Mueller to conclude that Russia interfered in the 2016 election, the Trump campaign knew it, and the Trump campaign welcomed that interference and used it for its purpose. So the Steele dossier has nothing to do with that investigation. Let's be very clear about that. I yield back.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I just want to set the record straight because there's been some misinformation here. The Hunter Biden laptop, the reason somebody had it was because he failed to pick it up. And there was a copy of the hard drive of the laptop was given to the New York Post. That story was published. And at the time, a senior Biden administration or Biden campaign official by the name of Anthony Blinken, he called an individual by the name of Michael Morrell, who was a former deputy director of the CIA. He asked to help draft a letter that urged the intelligence community to be vigilant about Russian disinformation during the 2020 election. Now, they signed it, and they signed it with saying that this had all the earmarks or hallmarks of hallmarks, really should have said hallmarks, of Russian disinformation. This story about Hunter Biden and his laptop. All the while, they knew that the information was actually true. Because, I'm not going to yield, okay? Because they knew that they had a copy of of Biden's laptop. The New York Post had already written about it, and it was done 2 days prior to a presidential debate in order to give President Biden cover that he took out and said 51 people, 51 intelligence officers said that this is misinformation. That
Will you yield for a question?
No, I won't.
Just for a
No, I won't.
question.
No, I'm not. Okay, so don't ask again, okay? That this is misinformation, all right? So the only people that really interfered in our election, because later, when asked, a poll was taken about, hey, had you known that the Hunter Biden laptop information was real, would you have changed your vote? A good number, enough to overturn that election, said they would. So the only people that really interfered in our election were the supposedly, trusted experts of the intelligence community that lied to the American people. Not directly, very, very smart. Like I said, had all the hallmarks of. And that was used by the technology companies like Twitter at the time, Facebook, to subvert and basically destroy that story, which was true all along. And not one thing that the New York Post has ever written about what was in that laptop has ever been disputed as being false. Not one thing. After now we know that we have the Hunter Biden laptop. So good trying to change history, okay? But history has a way of coming back and biting you, just like it's doing right now. Because that's exactly what happened, and that's the truth. And by the way, at the end, I still have some time? Great, okay. At the end, the only party, the only people that actually paid Russians to lie and put false information into the Steele dossier was the Clinton campaign and the DNC, who by the way, tried to wash that payment through a legal firm, and then they were fined by the FEC for doing that to the tune of about $500,000. All right? So the only people trying to really fool the American people, are sitting on that side of the aisle right now. Thank you.
Will you yield now?
Will the gentleman yield?
I'll yield my remaining time to you.
Thank you. I'd like to enter for the record an article dated March 17th, 2022, 2 years after the 2020 election, where 51 intelligence community so-called experts lied to the American people saying the Hunter Biden laptop wasn't real. The New York Times belatedly admits the emails on Hunter Biden's abandoned laptop are real and newsworthy. That would have been great information for the American people in the election of 2020. Mr. Chair, I'd also like to introduce for the record another article dated March 30th, 2022, after 51 intelligence community experts lied to the American people in 2020. This one is titled, Washington Post Joins New York Times in Finally Admitting Emails from Hunter Biden Laptop Are Real. I'd like to enter those for the record, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I yield back.
Without objection, both will be entered into the record. Would like to remind all members to please direct their comments to the chair and not to other members here. I will be happy to receive those comments. Do any other members wish to speak? Ms. Clark, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you to my colleague from my next door neighbor in New York. I'm not going to belabor this. It's been belabored for 8 years. I will point out one fundamental flaw in my friend from Florida's recitation of what transpired. These were 51 former officials who did not have access to the FBI's evidence files and could not have had any. Do you need to, can you just listen? And who could not have had access and so would not have known whether or not there was a real laptop or whether it was compared. And that's why the fact is that when they said these are hallmarks of Russian intelligence operation, they were speaking based on their expertise of being longtime public servants, intelligence officials who have dealt directly with Russian intelligence and their efforts not only to interfere in the 2016 election, but going back decades. So I know my colleagues like to throw around the idea that they lied. They had no information to the contrary because only the FBI had the laptop in its custody and nobody else had the laptop. And as many people acknowledge, I'm sure even my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would acknowledge, hard drives can be tampered with. So the fact that there was information on the laptop does not mean that that information remains untampered on a hard drive. So let's just get this straight, because ultimately what this bill is about is a retributive effort by the Republicans to punish intelligence experts who don't share their view of politics and policy, but who used their expert judgment in an objective way with the necessary and proper qualifiers, and in no way, shape, or form lied under any definition of that word, except for the completely perverse definition that I guess my colleague from Georgia seems to have. But let's call a spade here, because you are essentially trying to make sure that the Department of Homeland Security does not have access to expert information in order to keep our homeland safe. And you're doing that because of a misunderstanding and misrepresentation about what you would like to have as revisionist history, that some of those experts actually, opinions that those experts actually made. And it is truly a shame that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are falling prey to this really ugly and political discourse that is having a dramatic and would have a dramatic impact on the Department of Homeland Security actually keeping our homeland safe. Ms. Clark, I'll yield back unless...
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's interesting that my colleague from New York, Mr. Goldman, just argued that they had no evidence to the contrary because the FBI had the laptop. If they had no evidence, Mr. Chairman, then why did they feel it necessary to release this letter without having all the evidence? Normally, that's pretty common when you're investigating something. And I think Mr. Jimenez, my colleague from Florida, pointed out exactly why they did it, because they were scared to death that this evidence that had been released, regardless of who it was from, was true. And if it was true and the American people found out about Hunter Biden and everything that he was up to, would have voted differently. And polls showed that post-election. All right.
You voted differently for Hunter Biden?
Sir, I haven't yielded my time. Thank you. If you could respect that, I respected while you were talking. My colleague talks about the fact that he doesn't like, my colleague from New York talks about the fact that he doesn't like, or that we don't like, that this information came from Rudy Giuliani. But what he's not telling you is what he doesn't like is that now, after we're close to 4 years removed from this, everybody knows that the Hunter Biden laptop is in fact true. He can make every argument in the world, but we all know it's true. And here's the thing. When I hear some of my colleagues, Mr. Chairman, talk about, oh, we don't want Homeland Security working with experts or outside sources, this bill is not going to stop that. Law enforcement and DHS will continue to use experts and outside sources. What this bill does is stop DHS and the American people from funding an experts group. So I want to make that really clear. We're going to continue to use experts. Law enforcement will continue to use experts, sources, people who are giving them information. It's not going to stop that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Any other member wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member is recognized.
I actually would like to get back to the bill. The Hunter Biden thing kind of distracts from what I think is the original intent. In reading this legislation, I want to figure out the purpose. The purpose is, as Mr. Greene referenced, it talks about specific information advisory committee, expert committees. I'm convinced that when you prohibit an agency from having that kind of access to information, you make us vulnerable. And I would hope the gentleman in making this bill will want to keep us safe. I think any secretary should have access to all the experts available on any given subject. And I would encourage this committee to prohibit that makes us vulnerable as a country, but also it limits whoever the secretary is from doing his or her job. My understanding is that the Homeland Intelligence Advisory Board is basically a forum for DHS to get input from a variety of communities, including intelligence experts, homeland security experts, private and civil liberties folk, and all this. I don't see us saying you don't need to talk to these kind of people because their mission is to keep us safe from foreign and domestic challenges. And I don't know how you can do it without talking to people. So I'm inclined to think that we want the federal government to hear all the diverse views possible and then make a rational decision on the information collected. So from my perspective, I'll be voting no on the bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the assertion that there's somehow a personal motivation to make our country less secure is ludicrous. Like, that's absolutely ludicrous. And I know some in this room are new to intelligence and going into the SCIF and receiving these briefs. But we're not talking about diverse views, we're talking about facts. That's all that matters, are the facts. I'd actually like to work, my colleague from New York mentioned that the 51 folks that signed this letter had no access to the FBI files prior to signing this letter. That they had no access to the facts is what I heard him say, that they could not have known, and I quote, they could not have known. I think that's exactly the reason that we're concerned. Because they could not have known. And actually, I would like to work with my colleague from New York on something. If we're so sure that this group of experts was right, why don't we ask them to come take a polygraph on their letter? And let's just set the record straight for once and all. Let's ask them to take a polygraph about that letter, because that is actually a requirement when you have access to classified information. You submit yourself willingly with a non-disclosure agreement that says you won't talk about classified information, and that you submit yourself willingly to a polygraph. Anybody who's had access to classified information in any other agency in this federal government has signed that letter. I've signed it. Everybody else has signed it. Let's ask that group of 51 people, will you work with me on that? Will you ask them to come take a polygraph on this issue? I yield.
Will the
Thank you.
gentleman
Would you
yield?
Thank you. Just to follow up on that.
I just wanted to, will you work with me to ask them to do a polygraph?
You know they've all testified under oath to
That's not the question I'm asking.
Judiciary Committee.
That's not the question.
Mr. Chairman, I
Okay.
reclaim my
Point of
time.
order, claim, the gentleman from Texas has
Pull this thing
reclaimed his
back
time.
on, just pull this thing back on the rails. Mr. Pfluger, are you done?
Would the gentleman yield?
The gentleman from Texas controls the time.
Mr. Goldman, I'll yield to you, and then I'll reclaim it. So use it wisely, please.
Goldman, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to be very clear. They made an expert assessment based on their training and experience and the facts that they knew. They did not say this information is false. They said it had the hallmarks of Russian disinformation campaign. So I don't know, I'm happy for them to come into polygraph. I don't really care. I'm sure they would say the same thing, which is not that they said, we are right, we are wrong. It was flagging an issue in the election after Russia had done the exact same thing.
Mr. Chairman.
And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. Ms. Greene.
Thank you. I'd like to tell the committee there's important information to know about this advisory board, DHS advisory board. Members on the advisory board are highly political. Frances Taylor, a former Obama administration, made at least 650 political contributions, totaling over $32,000, all to the Democrat Party or Democrat candidates for office. Asha George, Rajesh Day, Karen Wagner, Elisa Massimo, they also made a combined total of 179 political contributions, totaling $60,000 exclusively to Democrat candidates for political office. I definitely support this bill. No federal funds should establish a Homeland Intelligence expert group filled with people that are highly political. So much so, they're not just political in their voting record, which is private. They're political with their funds. And they do it openly by supporting the Democrat Party and Democrat candidates. I don't think this is good. We've seen it with the intelligence community signing their name to a lie, and they knew it was a lie. 51 intelligence officials lied about the Hunter Biden laptop, and we saw the Democrats lie about the Russia hoax. Thank you. I yield back.
Yield back to the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman.
Latrell, will you yield for 5 seconds to me? 10 seconds, whatever you have left.
Yes, sir, Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you. The point is that the origin of that letter is purely political. It came from the Biden campaign. Mr. Blinken was working for the Biden campaign, and he asked a senior intelligence official to help him draft it and have people sign it. And since they didn't know if it was true or not, they should have never signed it because they didn't know if it was true or not. That came out of your own mouth, all right? So it was purely political act, and that's what we're trying to stop right now. Thank you.
We're actually trying to stop interference in our elections. That's what we're trying to stop.
Come on, hey, Dan.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment?
Chairman?
Gentleman is recognized.
I just want to join the ranking member in sort of getting back to the text of this bill. This would be a complete ban on funding any type of advisory group. And so, Mr. Pfluger, do you believe that it's important for executive level officials to be able to engage and get the insights of state and local governments and private industry? And so I would yield to you because I think that's critically important.
No, thank you for that.
If you think that's valuable.
No, I think it's very important to have the facts discussed. It's very important. This bill prohibits the funding, and this is the difference. It's very important, and I never walked into an intelligence brief where we had an outside group that was telling us about the threat we were going to face that wasn't particularly vetted by the experts.
I just want to because you sort of keep making that distinction when we go down this SCIF, and that's a particular classified setting for this, right? And this is the ability of DHS to engage with external stakeholders in a variety of different conversations, and how you sort of have framed this bill about the predecessor and then any future, right, advisory group means that it's really going to tie the hands of this DHS, the next DHS, and any DHS moving forward. And to me, why would we do that, to the ranking member's point, when we seem to all be in agreement that it's really helpful to get these external parties? And if you think it's important, then you need to be able to appropriate money, and any money appropriated to DHS to be used in furtherance of an advisory group that seeks these opinions.
Will you yield for a second?
I yield.
Yeah, I'd like to work with you in future Congresses on our oversight.
Yeah.
And if you'd allow me to enter this into the record.
Only if it's good stuff.
It's good stuff. This is the HPSI bill that basically says that it's the same language.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Without objection.
I'd like to work with you because I think our job is oversight regardless of political party. That's what this bill is about, is let's hit the reset button. In our opinion, and you may disagree, I agree with Mr. Jimenez, this was a political maneuver. We want to hit the reset button to get back to intelligence. We're not okay with this. My constituents aren't okay with it. We want to hit the reset button so we have good factual intelligence that keeps our country safe.
And I think the oversight function is exactly what you're trying to get at, right? And totally understand, and you can have your viewpoint, which may differ from Mr. Goldman's, from other colleagues, et cetera. That's entirely fine. But this bill goes so far beyond what you're trying to achieve when we all seem to be in agreement that connecting the federal executive branches with outside voices is critically important. If we think it's important, then we need to be able to fund it. And so I understand you may be frustrated, I understand you may be upset with what happened, but to say and tie DHS's hands when they have such a critically important mission, why this committee is so important, and they will not have the ability, and if they use any money appropriated to them to anything that looks like that, we're gonna have a problem. And so I think we can better achieve what you're looking for, not by this bill, but by other pursuits. I yield.
Mr. Mendes,
It's trust.
Yeah.
We don't trust. My constituents don't trust. They're demanding a reset. They just don't trust. This bill hits the reset button to get the trust back, to restore trust.
And we can go back and forth. I know the lies and liars has been used a lot. It's not for me. But that's also what political elections are for if people don't have trust, right? And we're supposed to legislate and uplift and the work that our professionals do at DHS, no matter what the administration is, right? And we have oversight of it, and we're supposed to exercise that oversight function, right? But if there's a lack of trust, I believe that belongs to the American voters to elect a new president. That being said, if we are gonna use lies and liars and accuse people across the aisle back and forth, be very careful. Be very careful, because Mr. Jimenez says history comes back to bite you. Do you think the former president has been truthful with the American people from the time that he ran in 2016 to date? Because if you don't, then be very careful of who you accuse to be a liar. And I would just leave it there. I yield to Dan Goldman.
I want to flag one thing on that, just to follow on what Mr. Menendez said, that I think is very important. And I think that this notion that, oh, my constituents tell me this, the constituents tell you things that you have fomented. And they react to the partisanship that they are hearing. And I think we all need to be very, very careful, whether we're talking about the First Amendment or otherwise, of determining that someone has political bias that they cannot leave at the door, and that they are incapable of ever being nonpartisan if they have given a donation to a political candidate. That is going to nullify a lot of expert people from any nonpartisan job, and I think we need to be very careful about that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman's time has expired. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? The chair recognizes the member from the great state of Rhode Island.
Thank you, Chairman. Just 2 points. First, let's not mistake the fact that foreign actors, including Russia, have tried and are continuing to try to influence our elections. It's not a conspiracy. It's not a hoax. It is real. It is the opinion of the intelligence community, the Department of Justice. In fact, just recently, the Department of Justice has put out arrest warrants against both U.S. and Russian individuals for attempting to influence our elections. And we do a grave disservice to the people we represent if we try to deny it or downplay it just because we think that those foreign actors might help our preferred candidate. But separate and apart from all of that, I want to again reinforce what Ranking Member Thompson said, which is that even if you disagree or even if you're okay with foreign actors trying to influence American elections or sow division or turn Americans against each other, the language of this bill is very broad. It would ban funding for any Homeland Intelligence experts group and doesn't even really define what a Homeland Intelligence experts group is. So is it to be read as you can't convene a group of industry experts to advise the Department of Homeland Security on any intelligence matter. We talk a lot in this committee about the importance of getting ahead of artificial intelligence, about the importance of getting ahead of quantum computing and other methods of modernizing DHS. Certainly, we will need advice from the private sector on how to do that. Certainly, we should be working collaboratively with the private sector to make the homeland more secure. And to suggest that we shouldn't do it because some of the individuals in an advisory group might have political opinions that match those of their administration, well, geez. I mean, I would guess that most people on advisory committees in a Republican administration are Republicans. Hopefully not all. Hopefully you want a diversity of opinions, but I would guess that most of them would be Republicans. And in a Democratic administration, I would guess that many of them would be Democrats. That's why we have elections. So listen, there's a lot to unpack here, but at the very least, as Ranking Member Thompson has suggested and others have echoed, the language in this bill as it is written appears to be so broad and the definitions are so vague that it could be read as to ban all kinds of interactions with experts that may help make our homeland more secure. So without belaboring it, I would encourage my friend, the sponsor, and others to maybe go back to the drawing board, refine this, be more specific about it, because the language is very broad as I read it, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendments in the nature of a substitute? Hearing none, the question is now on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Pfluger. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, please signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on reporting the bill, H.R. 5729, as amended to the House, with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All opposed, please signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chair.
The ranking member is recognized.
Ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Chair now moves to H.R. 9.